Good afternoon, Germany. I'm Willie Austin with the DVD League, and it feels good to say that in front of a live audience. We are gathered here at the Esports Factory in Osnabrück to witness history. We are here to witness a dream realized. For those of you who have joined in the past few years, first of all, welcome. We wouldn't be here without you. Second, I am the founder of DVD League. Back in 2018, I created the league as a scrim server of sorts, but that quickly evolved into the league we know today. However, one of my earliest dreams was to see a LAN event. This was just the dream of an American teenager. But thanks to the hard work and dedication of a great many people, that dream is a reality, and I couldn't be happier. So thank you. Thank you to the players and the teams for traveling all around the world to be here. Thank you to the staff for organizing everything from the venue to the teams to the schedule to the food truck to the wristbands. And finally, thank you, the community. For without you, we wouldn't be here. You stuck with the league through thick and thin, through the many trials and tribulations over the years. So thank you. As a note to those in the venue, smoking is prohibited indoors. Please head out to the entrance if you need to do that. And second, please be respectful of those around you and those on stage. Everyone is here to have a good time. And without further ado, let's send it upstairs to your casters, Edgar and Andrew.
Wow, Will. Such an honor to be here today. So well said. Very, very happy. Welcome everybody to DVD League's first ever LAN. Edgar, we got some good games coming up this weekend. I'm so excited to be part of it. Our first matchup today.
It's a banger.
It's a bang. I mean,
there's no better way to say
there's
it.
There's no bad games this weekend, right?
Oh,
but
absolutely.
this is a great way to kick it off. Invictus versus Praxis.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for our first ever LAN event. It feels so surreal to say that, and hopefully we have many more of them to come as well. And it is a banger matchup, as we said. First and foremost, it's going to be Praxis versus Invictus. And personally, I cannot wait. I think it's going to be fantastic time, an absolutely fantastic weekend as well of action that we got for you. In terms of the killers, we have a wide pool to pick from, and the pick and bans will be done live, so we will be keeping you updated on that. But to be honest, I'm still just in shock that we're here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, same. I've been having such a great time. I got to greet everybody as they came in. I was helping wristband and ticket taking, so I got to say hi to everybody. So everybody in the venue, so happy to meet you all, and I'm really excited to mingle more this weekend. We will be doing picks and bans. We're doing a double elimination, correct?
Yes.
And so we will be having, and I believe we have a total of 5 teams, so there is a bye involved in that and whatnot. But we will be doing best of threes with a definitive best of 3. So there's no, if it's 1 win and 2 ties, the 1 win moves on and whatnot. So pretty basic standard best of 3 today. I understand we're getting the picks and bans going right away. Is that correct? So
yeah, we're going to do them as quickly as we possibly can. Obviously, you have a lot of time with us. We have a broad casting roster as well, which we're very happy to show you. Again, DVD League's just come such a long way in so many capacities and regards, and we're excited to see it. But of course, what would we be without our teams? And I think we can talk a little bit about them. For some of you who may be newer to the competitive scene, who may be seasoned fans, I think it's good to get everyone up to speed. You know, I think I'll start by talking about Invictus, if you don't mind. Now, they've been dominant for so long, right? The problem that you have is, obviously, a lot of this comes from the old Eternal Corp. Anyone who's been following competitive for a long time knows that Eternal have been one of the most dominant teams of all time. I believe that they are our record winners for trophies in All Hallows League, the Winter Circuit, and our regular Summer Main Stage season as well, right? Now, their rosters had quite a lot of evolutions. The players that you're going to see today, Nightlight, Dan, Pedro, and Rocket, are still some of the absolute best of them, but there's no disputing. The gap has been closing recently. Their most recent result in DVD League was in Season 11, where they came 4th place. Now, let's be real. It is a testament to how good they are that 4th place is an insult, right? but it's not what they were expecting, and a team of this caliber can certainly do a hell of a lot better than that. This is their opportunity to prove that. You know, they have some of their strongest players. They have traditionally, they've always been quite dominant in their they've always traditionally been quite dominant in their survivor teamwork, right? But especially with Pedro picking up a whole lot of killer, Pedro's gotten so unbelievably good at killer that that's also an area where they're fantastic in. There's really nothing that you can fault this team on. They just don't always have the recent results to match it, right?
Yeah, it's funny. We're talking about, obviously we're talking about the LAN, we're talking about what we're expecting for this weekend, but I also want to, you brought it up, Season 11 just ended.
Yeah.
Season 11 was insane for everybody who watched. Again, we had 8 phenomenal teams in our iridescent division, and it was shocking. We had teams that, we had notable teams that didn't make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And it's not because they fumbled. It was just that there was so much. It was. You had one bad week, and suddenly now you're behind. It came down to the wire.
It did.
The whole way, right? So, in the end, and we're going to see some of those. We're basically see all the teams this weekend, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So, I thought that was really interesting to bring up. It's shocking when you see, like you said, Invictus came in 4th. Praxis, I think, just barely.
Yeah, Praxis did now to speak about another team Praxis. Now
I feel terrible saying this because they're in the building with me, but I mean, like, fantastic season. There was just too much that happened.
The talent pool was incredible.
Yeah, like phenomenal. Some of the best matches we saw out there, and then we had to say goodbye to them in the regular season.
Yeah, especially because they were our Winter Circuit champions as well.
Right.
So they were a former champions coming in, and then not even being able to qualify for the playoffs is a hit to them, and it's something that they are going to do their damnedest to prove wrong today, right? If I'm coming in with that kind of ego, if I'm coming in with that sort of baggage on me, I'm doing everything I can to knock off a team like Invictus early, get a big confidence boost. We talk so much about confidence, especially at LAN. Now, recall that a couple of these players actually do have LAN experience, and it's a very different environment. You might think, well, it's just the game. You know, you bring your own peripherals. Well, what's really the difference playing at home? Massive. It is a huge difference, trust me. And so people talk a lot about LAN nerves and sort of the ability to play on this live event. Yes, we have a couple of players who have done that, but realistically, for the vast majority of players, it's going to be very new, very novel for them. I'm quite excited to see how they can adapt.
Well, and that was kind of at the beginning of last season what happened too. There was a LAN early in the season where some teams weren't then able to compete, which led to some teams taking some losses early on in the season as well. I understand there's a LAN at maybe the first week of our regular season, Season 11. Mm-hmm. I got to tell you, this is my first LAN I've ever been to, and my first LAN I've obviously ever cast. So do you think that, obviously, we've got such great people downstairs. The players are literally sitting across the room from their fans.
I think they're actually ready.
Oh, are we ready to go? We're ready to go. Well, to finish my thought real quick, the cheering and whatnot, it can work for you or against you. The nerves, we'll have to see how it goes. But let's go ahead and see our players enter the arena.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, casters. Without further ado, let's bring in Team Praxis. All right. Now we're going to get things started with a quick question. I've been told that Sile is going to be the one to answer this. Mm-hmm. So, you are playing in front of an audience. What do you have to say to your opponent?
To our opponent? I mean, these guys are my boys, you know. Like, Team Portugal, we already won a LAN with before, but I think today is going to be different, bro. You know why? Because today we have this. We have this. And this is going to take good care of them. But nah. We will take care of them.
Thank you very much. Let's bring in Team Invictus. Now, I've got a very similar question for you, Pedro. You're playing in front of an audience. There are stakes here. What do you have to say to your opponent?
So, I'm a nice guy unlike Silhei, so I'm gonna keep it more respectful. All I'll say is good luck, may the better team win, and put the S on V1.
All right. Let's get this started. Casters, back to you.
Hello, welcome back everyone, and yes, thank you to the teams and thank you to Will on the stage. Now the players are going to take a little bit of time now, they're going to get themselves nice and set up, and hopefully we should also have some information on our killers first and foremost. We have a somewhat limited but still quite a flexible killer pool that we have for the LAN event. A lot of the mainstay killers that you like to see, a couple of very entertaining ones as well, something fast-paced, something with a lot of hype and excitement around it is going to always be fun.
So there's picks and there's bans, obviously, right? So we're going to see, we're going to be able to sort of curate the list as we go. This is the way we normally do it, but this is the first time we're doing it live, right?
Yeah,
we're going to actually see what's going on. Do you have any thoughts or predictions? Are we reaching into, are we going to see some Invictus pulling out Nightlight's Ghoul, or do you think, in your opinion, do you ban particular ones that you don't want to play against, like that specifically this killer is particularly good against us, or do you just play your game?
I want a clown set, bro.
You want a clown set?
I want a clown set. Like what else are we gonna do?
Of course you want a clown set.
Yeah, okay, whatever you say, big dog.
Oh, I don't hate clown. Don't get me wrong. That's fine.
I think the problem with these teams is you look and there are a lot of teams that have like quite obvious weaknesses, right? I don't think that's really a case for either of these teams, right? But both of them have the flexibility and the depth to play a lot of things, especially for Invictus, right? Pedro's going to be the mainstay on the killer, but
the
Nightlight,
cookie cutter.
Yeah, the cookie cutter. The majority of your M1s and then a couple of your specialists as well. But then you also have Nightlight to cover a lot of those more kind of weird killers, right? Not even necessarily weird, but something like, oh, we're picking a Freddy set. Okay, sure, bring Nightlight in. That guy's getting... I think there was like a 4K3 result that I saw him against Team Umbrella a while ago.
From Freddy?
Yeah, on Freddy, and it's like, what are we doing, bro? So...
I want a side note there real quickly. Freddy's hilarious. Since they changed... No, because I feel like we're still in a situation where I would say that maybe the players less so, but a lot of the community underestimates Freddy still. Back in Winter Circuit, we had Freddy on... Oni's map. Sorry, it's slipping my mind. Yamaoka. We had Freddy there, and we saw a 4K4. We saw so many 4Ks with Freddy. Freddy was insane. So I think it's pretty funny that like people will be like, "Oh, Freddy's just an M1." No, Freddy is diabolical, and I think he's underestimated a lot. So you brought it up. I had to throw that out there that it was there. Do you think we're gonna see? I mean, we just came out of playoffs where we saw some pretty crazy stealth killers. We saw some Onryo. We saw some Dredge. Do you think either of our teams are gonna be brave enough to pull out any? I mean, we only get a best of 3 here, so we're not going too deep in the roster, right?
I would be entertained by something like a Dredge or a Ghostface set, to be honest. Mostly to test the communication and to test the kind of macro of the Survivor players, right? It's something that we talk about quite a lot and is the biggest strength of Invictus because they're a roster that have been together for so long. Their teamwork is on point. You know, they know what the other players are going to do before it even happens, right? And having that sort of psychic link between your players is always going to be helpful on those sets like that. And it also helps that Pedro can definitely put it down on the Dredge when needed. You know, you compare that to Team Praxis, who Praxis are an odd case, to me at least, where they are... they're a unique team in that their individual components are so fantastic and like so amazing and like special, right? But as a team, well, they change themselves around quite a lot. Even today, the roster is something of a mishmash of a lot of former teams.
They have a deep roster. Their main roster is pretty deep roster. So you're right. There's like some pieces here and there, right?
Yeah, exactly. But that's the point. They don't necessarily have the synergy that you would get from a Team Invictus, who played together since they were like literally in the womb. You know what I mean? That's not the same kind of that's not the same kind of vibe that Praxis have.
Very, very true. So I actually won't mind. I'll read out what the killer pool is for you folks real quick. We've got Artist, Blight, Cenobite, Doctor, Ghoul, Hillbilly, Lich, who's also very explosive in recent seasons. Lich has been one of those interesting ones where you get some 4Ks and then you get some really interesting I'd say Lich is one of the more interesting stage killers where you won't always get a 4K, but you have some really interesting end games and stuff going on, trying to maximize your fresh hooks and maximize your hooks. We have Wesker, Freddy, as we said, Nurse, Oni. Please. I'd love to see some Oni. Plague, Myers, Spirit, Twins, Unknown, and Wraith. So pretty good picks. Pretty not standard, but like everything. I think there's something there for everybody, for every fan of particular killers. I know.
It's very chase oriented. We were discussing earlier quite a lot about things of, okay, what if we get a teamwork set like Dredge, or that's not here.
Doc, yeah.
Yeah, right. We have things like we have things that are way more chase oriented. We have our Blight, we have our Doctor, we have our Ghoul, Hillbilly, right? We have a lot of fast pace, which, I mean, personally, fantastic. Please give me more of that. I love to see I love to see the players just like, when it's a very mechanically intensive killer, something like Billy, something like Ghoul, and just seeing the absolute mastery these players have of it. That, to me, is the most entertaining. Now, we do a regular, for people that don't know, we do a traditional pick and ban system. Both teams are going to have the opportunity to ban out 2 killers they do not want to play against, and they'll both be able to pick one. They'll then ban out the rest of the killers one by one until we have reached a final. As we say, it's going to be best of 3 for a vast majority of this tournament until we get to our finals, where it's going to be best of 5, and who doesn't want to be the LAN winner?
That would be fantastic.
How better can you aura farm? You know
True.
what I mean?
So true. I mean, and the great thing is we've had wins from so many different teams that it really is up in the air. I don't want to make a prediction right now. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially after last season. I just don't think I can make that prediction. What I will say is, we do have as I'm reading out the potential killers, I know that somebody can hear me. One of our co-casters downstairs definitely hoping for an artist set. I would bet. Are you not, Pryon? I would imagine Pryon is would love to see.
Really calling them out like
love
that.
to see. Oh, come on! I think
there's so many amazing. There are so many amazing people just at the venue, and that's the craziest part when you have a LAN event, right? You know, like all of these disembodied sort of faces, and then you can put a name to them. Disembodied names, I should say, and then you can put a face to them. Pick and bans are in progress.
Let's go.
We've already banned out Cenobite and we banned out Spirit. I think I can hazard a guess that it was likely Praxis that banned Cenobite, and then very likely Invictus that banned out Spirit. That's my theory, at least.
No Doctor is interesting. We saw so much Doctor in Season 11 that I'm shocked that was one of the... I'm not shocked we didn't see it, because it's only 3 out of the whole list, but seeing Doctor go so fast that just didn't want anything to do with it. We also saw Nurse get banned. Cenobite, I get. Cenobite is like side mission territory, right? Mm-hmm. You have so much you have to do on top with the box on top of, you know, a normal match and whatnot. So we do have our 2 bans from each team here: Spirit, Cenobite, Doctor, and Nurse. So I believe now we're discussing which team, which killer we actually want to play as.
You know what terrifies me? We're talking about what these teams are really good at, right? OB is on Praxis. Mastermind is still available. How have we let that happen? You know what I mean?
You can feel confident about how you play. I believe was that a click in? I believe that was. I think we see Ghoul there has been picked, and it was picked. So we've got Ghoul and Blight, I believe.
Oh wow! Okay,
that is
very paced killers.
You were like fast-paced killers. Let's go. We're ready to rock.
Oh, best day of my life.
Name faster-paced killers than Ghoul and Blight. My goodness, jeez. That's going to be pretty crazy. So again, we'll likely see. We were talking about how Pedro kills most killers, but that will almost guaranteed be Nightlight for that one there.
And Invictus are going to kill first as well. So they had the first pick on the Ghoul of what was available now. So yeah, now that they pick 2, teams are going to take turns banning one by one until when all is said and done, we'll have 1 killer remaining, which always makes these best of 3 or just any set quite interesting, because the pick and ban system, of course, it can feel a little like arbitrary. It's like, okay, why don't we just pick 3 kills and move on? Yeah. But what we get is a situation where obviously you have your first picks, and that's like a team favored thing. Of course, Invictus are so confident that they're going to win on Ghoul. Praxis is so confident that they're going to win on Blight, right? But then when you get to the final set, that's not really anyone's specific pick. That's more, what did we want to not play the least, right? Yeah. And so you can't actually guarantee, because obviously a common logic would say, okay, well, you give the first set over to Invictus, you give the second set over to Praxis. Okay, and then what?
I'm curious, like, while we're looking at these here, I'm curious while just looking at what we've got on the screen. It's like where the teams are taking quite a bit of time to think it over, talk it over, and stuff like that. Because we're gonna do a little back and forth here, banning multiples, right? What do you think are ones that you don't want to face? I gotta imagine we're gonna see twins gone. I don't imagine we'll see twins. Like I don't imagine you're gonna tie break twins.
I'd be surprised.
Right?
I'd
Probably
be very surprised.
Probably not Myers. I would guess too. Myers, maybe, but I don't feel like that's really as likely. Okay, so we do see Plague. Plague's another one. Plague's a very like chess game, right? A suffocation pit typically. You gotta hold down. You gotta crack some pretty strong gen configurations. 3 gen, 4 gen, maybe 5 gens down by the main building.
And it seems already like we want to have the fast pace. That is what is indicated by killers like.
And Artist gone now too. So you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Sorry, Brian.
Yeah. I said it. I tried to will it into being for you, but unfortunately did not happen. So yeah, we just lost two Suffle Pit potential. No, well, Artist I think is ARP, but the Suffle Pit shape.
I know what you mean.
The eye shape maps, right? So of course we will be seeing it with Blight, I imagine. So. Okay, I'm just sitting here. On the right side of your screen, folks. You're looking at the right side of your screen. You see the Yoni there. You know they want to play it. I know they can hear me. Actually, I don't think they can. I don't think they're just paying attention to each other.
Also, just want to give a quick reminder while we do continue in our pick and ban process, there are going to be giveaways at the venue. Hello, everyone in the audience. We are going to be doing giveaways. You can answer some DBD trivia live on camera, and you're going to get some Steam gift cards or even some DBD DLC. It's going to be fun. And for the people feeling left out watching at home, there will be a couple of Twitch giveaways as well. More info on that will be shared over time in the chat, but make sure that you are watching, make sure that you stay tuned in. You also yourself have an opportunity to win some nice little prizes, because we're at LAN. We're still unbelievable, so we're just in a generous giving mood. You know what I mean? When
we're doing trivia, this is a true story. Egder and I were hanging out last night and talking about the trivia questions. I was like, we gotta ask. I'm not gonna say it, guys. I'm not gonna say it. I know anybody who's heard me cast has heard me cast a dredge set, but my dredge tip that most people don't realize. Remember that one, because I want that to be a prize. I want that to be on the trivia. I don't control the trivia, so I can't say it will be, but remember what I taught you about my little dredge tip there. And some people are like, what dredge tip? It's hilarious. So still looking at, I got to imagine we're going to see Mastermind gone, like you said.
I'm just surprised it's not already gone. You know what I mean? That is not a killer that you give Obi and you're confident winning a head-to-head.
You got lots of time, though. What's scary on the list right now, though? Like, what is scary that other than that situation? Like maybe Billy can be scary if you're not as confident versus or with your killer. Again, I would almost get rid of Freddy, because Freddy is almost deceivingly strong.
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean.
Well, we make them strong too with our rule sets, right?
I mean, it's also the specialist. We were talking earlier about you have Nilo on your team to play that. Well, why the hell not? You know, it makes a lot of sense that you can have a specialist play something like that. Again, I think we talk a lot about the specific bands, but it's as I've been saying, you have rosters that have so much depth and so much strength. Even on Praxis, there's like a minimum of, I think, like 2 to 3 players that can play basically the entire killer roster, and at an exceptionally high level as well. I mean, an award-winning level, you know, Winter Circuit champions, right? So the problem that you have is that you can't just say, well, let's just cover everything they're good at, because they're good at so many different things, and like what can you realistically do about that? Ghostface ban. Okay, so we've gotten rid of the play. We've gotten rid of Ghostface. So we're not playing chess today. We'll put it like that. Maybe checkers.
I love stealth killers, man. They're so much fun to watch. It's stealth. I'm talking about what we're not seeing. Stealth killers are so great because you just have this situation where, like, if the survivors have good comms, they get some reasonably decent chases. They know, they take the chases to the right spots, etc., etc. Good communication, good teamwork leads to outs versus Ghostface. But it's also the most punishing killer if you make a mistake. If you make a mistake, you can literally go from we're gonna get outs, we might get a 6-hook game, to we just got 4K3'd, what just happened, oh my god, it all fell apart on us. So we are taking a little bit more time to ban than I expected. I don't know. Did we mention Unknown going? I don't know if we had mentioned Unknown going. The one of, if not the most picked killer in season 10, going back to last year, was the Unknown. Maybe due to the new buffs, but also, I mean, you got to ban someone, right?
You have to, right? You have to try and figure out something to deal with the other side. It shows that players are putting quite a lot of thought into these bans because they know their opponents the best. Again, there's really no one at this tournament that is there's much of an outlier or is a bad team. You know, everyone here deserves to be here and plays a high level. There are realistically, I think most of the teams that are playing could win. And there's no easy way of identifying who that's going to be. So if the players want to take their times with the bans and they want to really think it out, they want to be like, okay, guys, we really, really need to win this. And it's a big match. Again, it is a double elimination format, but there's no group stage. There's no real do-overs. You know, one loss puts you already quite far in the bin, and then 2 losses, you're out. And no one wants to be in a spot where they're out of the tournament and there's still a day left to go on the Sunday, right?
It's also, like you said, first time we've done a LAN for Dead by Daylight League. You want to take your time. You want to make sure you're getting the right. You don't want to be the first to lose. You don't want to be the first eliminated. You don't want any of that stuff. So it does make sense to take your time and really make sure that you don't. The third, keep in mind too, this isn't just picking, right? This is literally, oh, we need to go to 3. This is potentially the game that wins it for you, right? Or loses it for you. Because if you go to the third game, you know, if one of the teams goes 2-0, then okay, we're done. But if you need to play the third game is almost guaranteed to be definitive. So looking at what's going on, they are very cautious.
They're so deep in thought, bro.
But here's the thing. I'm looking at the screen right now. I'm like, why is Twins still up there? Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Don't get me wrong. I like Twins, but Twins requires so much coordination. You got to play the buddy system. I don't even know how many. I haven't cast very many Twins competitive matches, but just being familiar with it from both playing some scrims and from the bit of like, you have to play the buddy system. You know, there's a lot of really good. There's a lot of really good teamwork that's available, but it all, like, you know, I'm injured. Here comes a little Victor, crouch in the corner, and your teammate crouches behind you, so Victor can't hit the injured person, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff in that. That can be interesting, but also I feel like a lot of teams just don't want to put up with that. So,
why would you? You know, it does bring like an element of great strategic depth. It's really interesting. I think we'll go more in depth on our killers when we know specifically what killers we're looking at, right? So we can start talking briefly. Ghoul and Blight obviously have a lot in common, being very fast-paced, and having the specialist on your side is always going to help to Team Invictus. We'll put it like that. Not that Praxis is going to be slouched on that set either, but at least on paper you have to favor Invictus on that one. It's just a really bizarre killer to have to try to verse, especially depending on where we go to map-wise. Recently we've been seeing, traditionally it was Blood Lodge, which I really liked Blood Lodge for Ghoul, because it's a map with, it's quite a large map, so in one sense, the ability to get around it is, you know, quite helpful. You have a large map against high ability killer, but it also has quite a lot of things in the way. It's not like you can just fling yourself from one end to the other. Similar to Ormond Lake Mine, which is a really exciting map for Ghoul to be on as well. Recently, we've been seeing Ghoul on Suffo Pit. Loki, that just feels kind of evil. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like, being a mobile killer. It's similar to Blight, right? Being a mobile killer, you can put Ghoul on bigger maps because it's not as much of a handicap being stuck there. Oh, here comes some bans. Wow, there we go. We just saw Billy get, speaking of mobile killers, Billy gets banned. Twins gets banned.
Only gone.
What
do we have left? Legion or Mastermind?
Come on, guys.
Oh, we can't see another Legion Invictus incident.
How do we get? We were talking about this. How do we allow Wesker? Wild, but that is going to be our third pick. We are going to see Ghoul, Blight, and Mastermind Wesker. Wait. There might be technical difficulties. My Oni has relit up. Let a man dream. What we're talking, Ghoul. Sorry, Ghoul. Yes. We'll let them sort this out. Well, we were talking about Ghoul. Blood Lodge is fine. I think I prefer Orm and Lake Mine, but I think that's also just because that is a newer map. We saw a lot of play in the Winter Circuit as well as a little bit in Season 11, and I think that is such a great competitive match. There we go. And it is Oni!
Oh my god. You're so happy.
Wow! Like, all right, cool. Thanks, guys, for the gift. This is amazing. First set for Dead by Daylight League's first ever LAN is going to be Ghoul, Blight, and Oni. And
I love this lineup.
I'm over the moon.
I love this lineup of killers, genuinely.
And this is like pure cinema. I can't, like, what a great lineup, and I get my Oni. I'm blown away. Gotta imagine it's gonna be on Cold Tower. It's not even the most important match. The most important match is the first two, because seeing where they get to them.
Of course,
but
yeah.
if we get to an Oni match, oh, I'm so excited. Sorry, guys, you're gonna hear me. I'm just gonna be
Yeah.
glazing Oni for the next 20 minutes. But
Obviously, obviously the pick a man process did take a little while. Now, all of the builds have been pre-sent in. So for every single killer available at the tournament, the killers and survivors have sent in their builds, so hopefully those builds should be soon. We will need our very hardworking staff team to go and just check the perks, make sure that they match up with what they've submitted, and then we should have some action ready for you sooner rather than later, because that's what we're here for. We want to get into action. We are itching to have some games. We're itching to hear the crowd react, right? We're itching to have the players start like yapping pure nonsense on stage, right? Hopefully they don't like throw any balls at each other or anything, but you know.
No rush on the stage. I was saying, I was joking when I was meeting a lot of the players today, which again, going back to what you said earlier, not to take, but it's so crazy. It's like, oh, these are people, these are people I've seen in chat. These are people I've seen in our management conversations, you know, casters and other staff and whatnot, and be able to put faces to names is so phenomenal. But I was joking when I met some of the players. I was like, see, the scary thing is though, if I critique them too heavily about making a mistake on on there, I'm like, they're going to chase me down, so I'm just kidding. Everyone's been so nice. It's been so great. Okay, so do you see an upset? Blight or Ghoul? Do you think there's a possibility one team takes it from the other?
I am going to say, speaking of upset, right, let's dial that question back a second. Because
Please.
Now that we have our set selected, now that we have our players, we have our rosters, we know exactly what we're contending with, who do you predict to take the win?
Oh, full prediction.
But this isn't like this isn't a hydrogen bomb coughing baby kind of game, you know? This is not a simple decision to make. I'm sure that we're doing Twitch gambling as well, right?
Yeah, get that Gamba on screen, Banshee.
Exactly.
This is again. I just said it's scary because I don't want to favor one team over the other or something like that because they're literally downstairs. But much love to both teams. I have a prediction. I hate this. I hate that you asked me this question.
Love you too, brother.
Invictus in the Oni set. Each team takes their own and Invictus in the Oni set, but that's based on almost nothing.
Right.
Just based on
based on pure vibes. Okay. I mean, I can try and take a more reasoned approach. I think that. Yeah, no, it's not an easy decision. Why did I give myself? I'm going to say I stick with Invictus to take the win.
I don't want to even say that. I don't want to say that. Oh, there's no way. But
I'll explain why.
Please
Because
do.
Obviously, I think that both teams will take their individual respective sets. Right. I don't foresee a world in which Invictus don't win on Ghoul and Praxis don't win on Blight. Right.
Totally agree.
The problem that we have is you get to Oni. And I think that the teamwork is just going to be a little bit better. I think the teamwork of Invictus is something that really shines through. Now, another factor to take into account is who do you think has just the best loopers, right? Just the best like 1v1 survivor players. Because arguably, I mean, it's a coin toss, right? They're both fantastic. If you give, like me, if I give the slight, and I mean very slight edge on 1v1 survivor players to Invictus, well, what do we know about the Oni set? It's about the initial M1 chase and not getting hit, right? If you have a fantastic 1v1 roster, and again, I think that that's slightly better on the survivor side from Invictus, you avoid that first hit for longer, you delay the power for longer, you get more gens done, you win the game.
See, and I was thinking more along the lines of just the really clean killer play we've seen from Team Invictus. I would assume it'd be Pedro playing Oni. I may be wrong on that, but
Probably.
I would imagine. They've changed up killers sometimes, but in general, we see that a lot, right? I would say that that was kind of my edge, is just breaking through that first hit. I gave a slight edge there. But again, I think that I agree with what you're saying. I think that it's going to come down to that. I agree with what you're saying I agree with what you're saying about the teamwork. But also, Oni's so great. You can see incredible, like crazy 4Ks because somebody made a silly decision early on to greet a pallet. Like, these players are smart. They're not going to make a dumb choice and greet a pallet. But sometimes...
You'd be surprised.
I'm trying to give them credit. Sometimes you're like, I can make that window, and they just barely don't get swung through. Luckily, we don't have too much ping, seeing as we're in the same room. But you know,
Ping's not going to be a problem.
It'd probably be okay. We're all on the same servers here. So, but because of that, like, if you don't make that mistake early on, Oni gets slaughtered. But if you make that mistake, if you give up that early hit too early on, that's where things get kind of rough, and that is where I think it's going to come down to who's the more disciplined team today. So whichever team takes it off, I can't imagine somebody going 2-0.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
These teams are just too closely contested, and even if they're not necessarily fighting with their full rosters at full strength, you know, a couple of notable exceptions, I guess. A couple of players from Praxis haven't been able to make it over, of course. Invictus, they only have the 4-man roster coming, but it's a 4-man roster coming from what is already a very strong core, so I'm not particularly worried for them.
We got good players.
Yeah, exactly. We don't just have good players, we have masterful players,
we have
right?
the best players
For
in
the people who might be new to the stream tuning in, we can briefly explain a little bit about our scoring system, because, of course,
good idea.
How do you determine? Again, we'll have a lot of people coming in. Some people might be, you know, massive aficionados, big fans. Some people might have never watched competitive Dead by Daylight a day in their life, and you know what? That's awesome. That's exactly why we're here. So the priority goes gens, hook stages, fresh hooks, right? Team that completes the most number of gens on their survivor side will win, full stop, no questions asked. If that is tied, then it's okay, whichever killer got the most amount of hook stages. Of course, 9 would be 8, etc. If that is still tied, then we have a fresh hook tiebreaker, meaning if one player was able to hook 3 unique survivors, but one was able to hook 4 unique survivors with everything else tied, the one that hooked the 4 unique survivors is going to win. Now, you might think, well, what if that is tied as well? Well, we have some interesting...
Then it's tied.
Well, then it's tied, yes. And tiebreaker rules tend to vary from tournament to tournament. At this LAN event specifically, we are initially just going to carry on. Of course, a 2-0 would still be a 2-0.
Right.
We'll replay the set if necessary, and then if absolutely necessary, we'll do a 2v1 tiebreaker. But we can cross that bridge when we come to it. But you know what time it is? You know what time it is, Andrew?
It looks like it's ghoul time.
Oh, it's ghoul time,
It's ghoul
ladies
time.
and gentlemen. Well, we're in the game. The crowd's ready to go. We're ready to go. And Nightlight is sure as hell ready to go as well. Opening up on Suffo Pit against the survivors on LAN. I didn't think we'd see this day, but we have it anyway.
We have, I can hear them shouting. It's fantastic. Nightlight looking around, trying to find first chase. We do see some scratch marks here on this rock pallet. Finds Silhay playing ace. Playing a little bit of a standoff here. Swings through the pallet. No power hit at all. Does take the M1, and we are going to take the chase over to Shaq. But Nightlight wants none of it. Nightlight wants to go and find the survivors that have crossed to the top side of Suffocation Pit. And Egder, I always love to look. What do these gens look like down the main building? We see 2 over here. There was 1 on the other side. I believe the middle generators are kind of isolated, so doesn't look like we have a crazy 4 or 5 gen down main building of Suffocation Pit here, but definitely some defendable 3 gens. Maybe it looks like on the other side of the logs there was the last there, and we are going to get another hit here on Overdose. Overdose is going to run towards main building.
Yeah, we're going to take that hit. We're going to try and leave to make as much distance as possible. Map control is everything on this map. It is so segmented. The central location is such a choke point, and it can be so oppressive when one killer is able to control one side of the map, especially one that can get injuries at the ease that the Ghoul can, right? And Nightlight is going to get those injuries. The size of this map ain't going to matter. Bro's going to be moving from point A to point B in speeds you have never seen before. Right now, though, we are still playing not quite cautious, I'd say, but we're not hard committing to any particular chase, right? We are a fantastic hit and run killer, so that's a style that we can absolutely lean into. We have the Force Penance, a nice perk as well to deal with some protection hits, which can stifle this killer a little bit. We are able to make the vault over. Sile actually doesn't take the drop on Shaq. I'm not sure how I like about this, but we are going to make it work. We are going to take the vault. We do win that 50. So Sile doing a fantastic job right now, buying so much time on the bottom side of this map, which means that V1, Obi, Overdose, they're all sitting pretty over at the top. We've been able to buy so much value and so much time out of that Shack pallet, and Sile has the balanced landing as well to get up onto this hill. Now, yes, Nightlight's going to be able to catch up quickly, but at least we can make it to another loop. And against these more short, awkward loops, Nightlight's just forced to play regular M1. It's really hard to make fantastic use of your power if the loop doesn't let you. And there we see it, 2 gens pop in, all because of Sile's fantastic chase.
This filler palette here is diabolical for most killers. Blight can kind of work around it, but a killer that, you know, a killer like Ghoul who can maybe get a vault over at best.
Get the stun
It's so stun. And we still have not seen it down with 2 generators gone and good progress. You can see Overdose and Obi on your on the overlay there. We got a lot of good gen progress going across the board here. We are chasing down. We are now trying to catch up on Sile. We try to swing through the pallet, but Sile, the same diabolical C-shaped filler pallet, and we changed target. We're going to come over here. We're going to find V1 on Claudette running around this God pallet, this rock pallet here. Lots of really strong resources being used up, but it doesn't matter if you use them up as long as you're staying alive, and we're going to get an unhook, but someone's running in! Almost get that pallet stun, but we're able to body block there, and thankfully for Praxis, Sile did not take it down there. That would have been really bad. We are going to see the pain res comes in just before Overdose is able to finish the generator, so not quite going to see our 3rd generator completed, but we now have found our only healthy survivor, Obi. V1, very quick unhook on V1 there. Nightlight's got to be feeling the pressure now, knowing that we've had a rough start, knowing that this 3rd generator is about to pop. We're seeing the heal come in on V1, and we're running out of pressure here. Everybody's injured, but so much gen progress right now, Agder.
But you have to think about the split of the generators, right? Because as we know, half of this map is going to be essentially free few. The other half is going to be nightmarish to have to try and complete. We are able to get round, but this time Obi able to make the vault. The problem is, where do we go from here? Life is going to be able to assist us perhaps a little bit, but you're forced onto this Ormond palette, which by itself isn't the greatest in the game. It doesn't matter that it's not the greatest in the game, though. Obi's going to juice it anyway, and we dodge again! This is insane work from the survivors. First it was Sile, now it was Obi. How do you get the weak link out of the game if there's no weak link, right? Obi makes just another vault. We are doing so much. We're doing it at the Ormond palette. This is ridiculous gameplay, and Nightlight just not able to secure that down. Time has been bought for Silhe, the hero from earlier, to come back in, take a body block. Maybe the Force Penance will get a little bit of value there, but what we actually end up doing is just forcing us to abandon it, and now we've broken our 3-gen. Masterful gameplay from the survivors.
This is so hard if you're Invictus fans. This is such a rough start to the tournament here. Overdose does take the M1, but Nightlight is down to 1 generator left, and we were talking about our scoring prior, so we were talking about how things are scored. Typically, we'd be looking at maybe something like a 4K1. Oh, we get the vault, and we are going to get a good down. Great vault there, great body block to not allow the vault back on Overdose, and we will get another hook here. But at this point, we're not looking at a 4K1. We are looking at stages, so Nightlight's got to change gears, realize we're not getting a tunnel out. We're not going to get somebody out of the game and then slug our way to a 4K. We need to get fresh hooks. We need to get hooks on the board and as many fresh as possible if we want a chance of pulling this off.
The fundamental play is going to always be get someone out the game as quick as possible until the survivors make that impractical by just looping better. And at that point, you do have to try and maximize what you can get with your... just maximizing what you can get with your aggressions, right? So we are able to get another bound. Obi injured up again. The value of injury on this killer is relatively limited, if we're being honest. You know, we maybe want Obi. We have the pain resonance, of course, so we're able to get some extra value by getting our fresh hooks and getting some extra gen regression. as we said, these players have already broken the hard 3-gen split that would have been on the bottom side of this map, so it's not like Nightlight's going to struggle to get between the gens. He's the damn ghoul, after all. But we're going to struggle more than if they were all concentrated in this one area, right?
Absolutely, and we do see the pallet break there on the third.
That'll be the iridescent add-on.
The iridescent add-on, the third vault there. So a little bit of help there, but again, we're kind of getting to that too little, too late situation here. We're chasing V1, who is not. We have 2 pain reses available. V1 is not one of them. We do get a bite here on Silhay. So Silhay will now be chased off of that shack generator. We're now got to cross back over to this middle generator. Not too much progress here, so we're going to apply some eruption. We're going to carry on. Again, man, I don't know if I'd want to chase Obi. That would look like an Orman tile, and Obi was diabolical on that previous Orman tile, so you got to be very careful of that. Immediately you saw Overdose getting back on that middle generator. We're going to get a balanced landing there from Silhay. Silhay's just going to make some distance. We're doing a pretty good job of staving them off of making any gen progress, but this is a holding pattern that won't last forever. Good blind there. That is going to be the champion light, so we're going to get a little bit slower here, which is going to give prolonged. Even if we get a quick down on here, we're going to prolong the chase a little bit. I think we get a vault, and yeah, Nightlight just turns and leaves.
You have to, right? You have this top gen, which you're so worried about in the back of your mind, but you're not able to get it done. Obi getting the adrenaline heal off as well. You do have a lot of injured survivors. There's possibility that you can get someone out of the game here, but it would be not... It would not be many stages at all, and we fall a little bit short onto Overdose. Are we in a position to be taking hits? Not really, with only one healthy survivor. We have to try and be rushing the door. We've actually seen quite a lot of nearby survivors. V1 trying to take the aggro, only because Silhay would be worth more stages if we're able to down Silhay and then camp him to death, right? Obi taking a hit with the adrenaline from earlier. The Force Pennant's coming in. We're going to use our mobility. We slide right past Obi. Slippery like butter there from Nightlight. Sillay's down. This would be a better than nothing kind of situation. Obi going to be forced out of the gate. V1 and Overdose still around. And there's some healing going on. Are they healing up each other to try and go for a 2-man save? I think they are.
I think because we're going to have to hook pretty close to this gate. This is very, yeah, that's going to be a fresh hook on Silhay, but this is probably, we're going to have to see some ridiculous body blocking and an early hit on one of the survivors in order to not see a double unhook and see these, all of these stages. There's still 2, 4, 6 stages on the map.
Perfect. And perfectly done.
We got, yeah, and we got hit validated onto the hooked survivor, which means that Overdose makes it out. And yeah, we're going to still have to borrow time. So that is what, 3 hooks, 3 fresh, right?
Oh, no.
What a rough game. What a great individual chases by Team Praxis. Nightlight struggling to get anything going early, too much gen progress, and then in the end of the day, just couldn't take it home.
You can often break down a lot of individual sets into like your teamwork sets and your chase sets. And of course there's some overlap. Every chase set requires teamwork. Every teamwork set requires at least a competent chase, you know what I mean? But something like that is a very odd middle ground. And here we saw the chase take over quite a lot. Yeah. I couldn't necessarily point to individual or at least general like team-wide decisions that were being made from Praxis, but that's because they didn't need to make those decisions, right? Mm-hmm. They were never put in a position where they had to, you know, position people super carefully or go for risky body blocks or unhooks, right? No, because you just have people at the bottom of the map surviving for so long in chase that the survivors can just do exactly what they need to do. Hop on the gens, hold left click, that's exactly their priority, and they did it fantastically. The chases were phenomenal. Big credit to Praxis for being able to survive against a killer player of the caliber of Nightlight as well. Even with the strength of the Invictus survivors, I think 3 stages, like, come on, I don't see that as a
rough. I can't see it
result. It has to be explosive. It has to be a explosive performance from these Invictus players if they want to be able to pull something.
When you have a hard win condition as killer, that's when you kind of have to throw caution to the wind and really pop off and stuff like that. I feel like this is the opposite because you have you need such a strong survivor performance. I feel like it's not, oh, I need to do explosive things. This is literally, we have to play a textbook perfect match and not giving anything up. Going back to what you were saying about how it wasn't so much teamwork. It was, I don't think Nightlight had a bad strategy. I think the strategy was fine. Get an injury, pressure someone off a gen. The problem was what you need to do in that situation is...
It was playing quite hit and run.
Well, chase, like hit somebody, get an injury, chase them first, try and get a quick down. If you don't get the down, you bounce over somewhere else. The problem was hit somebody, try to get it down, didn't happen. Hit somebody, try to get it down, didn't happen. Hit somebody, try to get it down, and suddenly 3 gens are done, 4 gens are done. We don't have any hooks on the board and whatnot. It just took too long. The strategy was good, but the strategy unfortunately just didn't pay off in the end. And to what you said in the match, there was no weak link. Every single survivor on Praxis locked in, had some really strong chases. Silhe at Shack. We had Overdose had a great chase early on.
On one Ormentar pallet, bro.
Yeah, we have,
on one Ormentar pallet. What are we doing? What is the Germany buff?
V1 was playing fantastic around that rock pallet consistently, right? There were just so many. Every individual survivor had a highlight reel moment there. And if you add those up, that turns into a Nightlight just not getting it down, not getting a hook, not getting a pain res, not slowing the process down. And another thing, you saw Nightlight clearly was under pressure by the time we got that first hook on V1. So what happens? Leaves the hook, goes and pressures other people. V1 gets unhooked and healed right away. There's no tunnel out.
Yeah.
It's too late to tunnel out,
But then even when we start playing for fresh hooks in the end game, it was still too little too late because we still had active survivors, of course, who were able to force Obi out the gate, which certainly helps, but again, it's just fundamentals, but it's fantastic fundamentals coming out from Praxis. They're able to get each other healed up. Even like before the down came through, we were able to heal each other up and then get a relatively free 2-man save, right? Ghoul's a strong killer, but Ghoul can't exactly stop the 2-person save, right? Like, yeah, you can injure people quickly, but with a very long animation. It's not like you're the insta down. It's not like you have any great camping potential. So 3 stages is all that's said and done. This one seems to be a little bit of a layup for Praxis. That doesn't mean they're gonna take it though, because Invictus's survivors always have some. They always have some things. They always have some aces up their sleeves. We'll put it like that.
We'll have to see what happens. Obi on the Ghoul, exact same build we saw last time. It needs to get 4 hooks any which way, or no, literally 4 hooks. I was going to say 4 hooks, 3 hooks, 4 fresh. That can't happen. You can't have 4 fresh hooks on 3 survivors, on 3 hooks. We need 4 hooks to win this. We're looking around. Survivors of Invictus are taking their time. We do see some scratch marks here. I believe that was Rocket. I think it was Rocket. Rocket definitely. Oh, no, I apologize. That is not a Claudette. That is Pedro on Jacob.
Early M1.
Early M1. Runs that to main, and it looks like we don't want that right away. Look at these gens, though. Looks like we've got a bit more of a bottom side 4-gen. Although
we have a full... Yeah,
it's like a diamond almost, right?
Yeah, that's pretty tough to contend with. See exactly what Obi wants to do with this. We know that we have an injured Pedro somewhere in the top of the map. For the rest of the survivors, obviously, now we can sort of see they've had to cross to deal with the fact that Corrupt is over on the other side of the map. We've been able to hunt someone down. Seems like it's an uninjured survivor. We dropped this pallet very, very early, which is it's a very safe pallet. To drop it so early could, of course, come back to bite the Invictus survivors. Again, recall this type of performance that they need to put in. They can't just be content for being average right now. They can't contend with an ordinary result. Nightlight, of course, on our Ghoul earlier, now in chase, has been hit with a Kagune, but no injury coming through. So everyone is still more than all right on the flip side of things to keep calm and carry on.
If you're an Invictus fan, this is exactly what you want to see. It's a very similar start we saw last match with Nightlight on the Ghoul. Injury on the board, not committing hard to the chase. We're going to bounce around. We're going to try and pressure survivors, surprise them in situations like this. Rocket unable to prevent the Kagune bite there. Going to get injured and run over to Shack. Now, here's the question. This is where we need to see it down pretty quickly. Waiting by the window, and we don't now. I think, do we make it back to Shack window? If we see a quick down, this may be all she wrote for Invictus.
Oh, we cut off, but we're able to get to the Shat pallet. Almost a fantastic heads-up play from Obi, but Rocket able to adapt quite nicely. Now we have to hunt desperately for the resources that we have in the bottom of the map. We have this pallet, but we're not going to get there in time at all. That first down came through so much faster than earlier. The first down didn't come through in the Invictus killer set until 2 gens having popped, and now the first gen isn't even gone. It was in what was formerly the Corrupt split. Of course, Corrupt did leave before that happened. Obi's in a great spot here. Realistically, Obi does not let off. Obi just bites onto Rocket, latches onto him like a raccoon, and just doesn't let go, right? You need this kill. You want this kill.
Was that a Rocket Raccoon joke?
Not on purpose.
All right. No, you're right though, because we're in such a stronger situation with it down at 5 generators. Some progress on the board, but again, Obi had bounced around a little bit and applied some eruption to some of the generators. So getting that down is going to cost you 10% on the eruption. It's also going to cost you the pain res. First generator does pop. We saw Dan here get the unhooked, but we are still near Rocket. Now, the funny thing is the best way to get the best possible best possible result right now would be to tunnel Rocket, which we are doing here. But the reality is we almost don't even need to, given our win condition. But I do like the fact that Obi is clearly, nope, let's go. I want to make a statement in the LAN, in this tournament. I want us to win it and win definitively. I'm going to go for a tunnel out on Rocket.
We need a hit tank. We need a hit tank or something. There's nothing here that Rocket can realistically work with, right? We're able to try and get to the pallet up top, but their space just a little too awkwardly. Meanwhile, the survivors are doubling up the generator quite nearby, so they're playing very, very confident. You know, they're not afraid of Obi,
wow,
even though they maybe should, and the game sense to get the hook, be right on Pedro, like white on rice right there. This is some obscene work from Obi. And Rocket off the hook. Trust me, buddy. You're going back on there real soon.
That was so clean. I got to throw a shout out to Obi there. The 3 leaps after the hook. Immediately 1, 2, 3, bite Pedro, get off the generator. That was just so clean. You know, we always talk about this was Invictus's pick. We talk about Nightlight.
Nice stun.
We talk about Nightlight on the Ghoul, but Obi is no slouch. Great mechanical play there we saw. Rocket is trying to make as much time as possible to live just long enough. Another great stun. We see 2 gens pop. We see the blind. That's going to be the slowdown from Champion of Light. And do we potentially? No, we don't leave the chase. Another stun by Rocket. Rocket fighting for his life and for the life of Team Invictus in this Ghoul set. And this is what you needed to see. This is the chase we need right now. Is it going to be enough?
We know that Dan has some good progress on another generator. Nightlight in this chase. The problem is that Obi can go for freshes. Obi's in such a commanding spot. And the problem is these survivors doing quite well for themselves. Rocket didn't have a great first 2 chases, but essentially prevented the tunnel out on himself by just being that guy, I suppose. Nightlight now having a bit of issue at main building, 1 generator remaining. You have to imagine that it would be Pedro or possibly Rocket working on it. Dan was just working on the one that was completed. We're doing what we can in a relatively isolated area of the map, but we're dealing with some tiles that aren't quite as good. Doesn't matter. We're going to squeeze out every ounce of value possible, though we are eventually forced to take the vault back. 50's lost. Who's waiting in the rings? What are we doing? Are we going for the...
You gotta pull out all the stops. Pedro tries to come in for the save there. We do get a pain res on the last generator here, and Obi trying to find, and they both let go in time, so we didn't get a scream. We are now in a very interesting position here, Egder. We
can't tie.
We can't tie. We cannot tie. Either every survivor on the board gets out with the same, no more hooks are allowed at this point, or the next hook wins it for Obi. We are seeing Dan there. Dan is almost done the generator, but the problem is we're going to be going into endgame here with everybody injured. I was going to say, unless somebody's got adrenaline, but no adrenaline to be seen. Rocket needs to survive long enough for the entire team to get the doors open, probably heal up, tank some hits, and escort Rocket out the gate. You can't even give up. Like, here's Nightlight. Nightlight, oh! With the heal, though, but Rocket goes down, and unless we see the flashlight by... who had it?
Rocket. Hence our problem.
Oh, Rocket was a flashback. I was like, wasn't it Claudette? Oh, it was Claudette. Claudette's on the ground, and that looks like that is going to be a win. There it is. Win. First set is going to Team Praxis. They steal the Ghoul set.
I mean, historic, you know? The first DBD League LAN event, first set, and you get the win. What more do you need to do? And here's the problem. When you break this down, Invictus did amazing, right?
Oh, fantastic.
Like, they got out with, what, 4 stages?
Yeah, great result. Rocket had a fantastic third chase. Also, you said he didn't do super. He worked with everything that was at Shack. He just didn't. He ran out of resources, right?
Yeah.
Like he did what he could do. Phenomenal job. But yeah, 4 hooks and you lose. And
How?
That's
How?
wild. That's wild.
That's the level of competition that we have at LAN, ladies and gentlemen. We
So
have
good.
an entire weekend of this. We have great vibes. We're going to be doing stuff with the community. We're going to have our little camera recording. We're going to have, obviously, the live audience who have given us, and I'm sure will continue to give us, some absolutely fantastic energy. And remember, everyone watching at home as well, you guys are the MVPs, the GOATs, as we well know. We are doing giveaways both in person and live on Twitch. More information from our very hardworking Twitch moderators will be delivering that unto you. So I hope that we are able to get some giveaways going, of course.
Join the Discord, too, if you want to stay in touch with all that information as well.
That is
we'll get
true.
posted
Full
there, so.
details about the schedule of the LAN and the team rosters are available for you on the Discord if you are not already a member of it. I'm sure that there'll be a very helpful mod in the Twitch chat that's able to lead you to that. And the best part is we're not even, like, we're live. We don't have a delay.
I know. It's so fantastic. Yeah. Oh, okay. So let's go back to the way this all started.
Of course.
Both of us sitting here like we are the pro. We know this.
Yeah.
We know this
obviously,
game.
Nightlight's
We know what's
win.
going to happen. Nightlight is absolutely going to win. No question. Each team is going to take their set, come down to the Oni set. I'm a little sad. I'm a little scared. Because
We might not get there.
Because now I need Invictus to do Praxis, but Praxis just did do Invictus, and they got to take the Blight set. They have to take the Blight set in order to see my Oni. I'll get over it. I'll get over it if we don't get Oni, but more so for Praxis, for Invictus, for their tournament, for their morale, for again, they have nothing to be embarrassed about. Fantastic game, and even Nightlight, Nightlight was working hard to get those hooks. The survivors are just locked in.
Yeah.
By far, right now, the highlights are the survivors. The survivors on both teams, like, absolutely decimated. Everybody had highlights from both teams, basically.
But how better can we change that than by going to the Blight? Because if you want your survivors to have fun, you're not going to put them against the Blight. We put it like that. Historically, one of our deadliest killers, and it stands to reason as well. Number 1 was actually the Dredge for the longest time, but I think, don't quote me on this, Blight might have overtaken the Dredge since then.
Dredge is still very deadly, but Blight is one of, if not the best killer in the game. Probably, I'd say one of since the nerf. Like I think it was. Some people say Nurse, some people say Blight. I think definitively Nurse is stronger now.
Now, yeah.
That might be my hot take. You guys can
Actually,
can complain in chat.
I mean, Loki, literally the coldest take you've ever tried.
I don't think it's a wild take to say the killer that breaks all the rules is the best killer. Anyways.
Yeah. Point is, no, so obviously both of these teams will have some fantastic Blight players, right? And the thing with Blight that I like so much is, obviously, Blight is one of our highest tier killers. Now, people at home, you might be thinking, well, of course, how do you balance around that? Well, the survivors get a lot more stuff to work with.
A lot more stuff, and Blight gets a lot less.
Yeah, Blight gets a lot less. It's going to be quite basic regression perks, and of course, the add-ons are locked. Of course, there's not going to be any eerie add-ons or any shenanigans like that. It's the double speed, right?
It'll be speed.
Yeah, exactly, right? So what I really like is that these high-tier sets, they sort of turn Dead by Daylight into a little bit of a... Oh my god, they're waving.
I know, I'm such a dork, because I'm trying to be all professional, and then we show the crowd their wave, and I'm like...
I'm trying to impart, Andrew, I'm trying to impart knowledge, but no.
Please go. I was just like, oh, it's cute, it's good, I love this.
It is. No, it's absolutely amazing being here. But yeah, no, so it sort of turns DVD into almost like a class-based game, right? Because you have your survivor, and the perks are so good and specialized that everyone has their individual roles, right? You have your decisive survivor, put it on V1, as we said earlier, right? You have your decisive survivors. And obviously you have someone whose job it is to try and get tunneled out the game as fast as humanly possible, because you know that your chases are kind of going to suck against the Blight. Even the best survivors in the world, the best Blights are simply just a cut above that, right? And then, of course, you have your Deliverance survivor. Their job is to come in, get the hit, and then also you sort of form the builds around that. Your Deliverance survivor cannot get found first, so if you want to have some kind of stealth perk on them, that can work as well. And then you have a plot twist as well, meaning that when you do have the Deliverance plot, you can down yourself and then force the killer either to pick you up or to put you on the hook, and then you just get yourself off it anyway. Back to the Suffocation Pit with us for Obi on the Blight. I'm a big fan of the combination of perks, Call of Brian and Eruption, plus Turn Back the Clock, which is just it's a very satisfying perk. Of course, it's one of, you don't have Pain Resonance on Blight, so Turn Back the Clock is a nice sort of solution. It lends in very well to his mobility, as it's going to be a nice dodge initially coming out from Pedro, taking the first chase. Of all the people that you really want to be having a 1v1 with, this isn't one of them. Sprint Burst has been used early, and we're trying to path back into the window. We're able to take a nice vault and then force a break on the pallet, which means that we can get over to another one. We're in a really isolated area. That's the only sort of issue. We are within our corrupted gen split. So this means that all the other survivors have been able to likely rotate. Oh my god, we get that hit through the window just about. Crazy work coming out from Obi there. But no, the rest of the survivors have been able to rotate to the bomb side of the map, get some of those generators done. Pedro
clean.
went for the flare, but that was called out, and it was clean work from Obi. So quite reasonable first down.
Very standard. You can see here already we've got Dan moving into position with that Deliverance, as you mentioned before.
Dan has Deli and Decisive.
There's some interesting perks, too. Oh, no! We got found, though. This is unfortunate. We do not want to see Dan get hooked before we go for that unhook. If we do, we will take a very strong live there. We'll take one of the strongest resources away from the survivors.
Oh.
Little vault into the killer there. Understandable. Very good patience by Obi to wait, and then dash on the correct side of that window. Dan just vaulting a little faster than intended. During this time, you can see Nightlight's working in generator. Rocket's still on their gen. I think maybe there's some comms going out. Maybe go for the save.
Survivors are not in a rush to say Pedro, are they?
Do you maybe, given the fact that we got found out, if you can trade some gen progress for it, it's not crazy to let him go to second. But here's the problem: Obi's ranging out, looking for generators. So I don't think that's really an option.
We have to send someone, right? In a perfect world, it would be Dan, because Dan has the Deliverance, and you want Dan to get that unhook so that you can get that kind of value. It's Rocket who's ended up running in instead. Are we going to be able to get here? I think we are just about able to get the unhook, and if we do, it'll be in the nick of time. We have a Nightlight jump scare coming in. We try and swing past, but we are able to get that unhook. It's not even an immediate trade. Nightlight able to use the geometry to his advantage. Knows Obi can only work in so many angles, and 90 degrees isn't one of them.
And with the extended borrowed time and not hitting Pedro off the hook, we will activate Deliverance. Deliverance will be activated. Oh, wait, sorry. No, that was Nightlight. My bad. I apologize. I genuinely thought that was Dan coming in. However, 2 generators pop. Very interesting, weird body block on the pallet. I'm wondering if he lost the prompt to drop the pallet there. So we are going to see second down there on Pedro. Yeah, so Dan, sorry, correcting myself, Dan has not got the unhook yet, but is still, Deli is still in play. He has not been hooked, so he is still able to activate. Obi running out here to the front of Shack. 2 generators have popped. If you look down near the main building side, there is still a pretty decent 3-gen down that side, Hector.
Yeah, that there is. Of course, Obi's going to want to control that, especially if you have, well, the hook isn't in the 3-gen. That would be the perfect world for you, right? You get your hook, you get it deep within your 3-gen. There's very little that the survivors can do to really dislodge that. Interestingly, you're going to be sticking near Pedro, which means that you are not remotely close to your 3-gen near the top of the map. This means that the survivors will likely be able to complete or at least make significant progress onto them. And yeah, Dan positioning nearby. I don't think there's anything that can realistically stop Dan from getting this unhook, which would proc the Deliverance, and then hopefully Pedro can maybe survive for just a little bit longer in chase. There we are. Unhooks come through. Dan is down. We're going to try and get this hook as quickly as possible. This is going to allow Pedro to make a decent amount of distance. Now, What is distance against the Blight? It's a questionable concept, we'll put it like that. But it's going to help, it's going to benefit. Dan has already utilized Deliverance to get off the hook. So yes, it's an extra point for... It's definitely an extra point as a beautiful stun comes out there. It's an extra point in favor of Praxis, sure. But also, it didn't bother any of the other survivors at all.
Oh my goodness! Get down, Mr. President! Wow! I almost feel like that wasn't necessary. Like, the idea was right.
Pedro, watch out.
Like, the idea was right, I want to take the hit for you, but I don't think the hit would have come in. But Dan just jumps in front of that Blight's cane, takes one to the face, does a backflip, and is now spending a little bit of time on the ground there. Does, in fact, pick himself up. And there, Pedro, unable to make it to that pallet. We see some survivors lurking by. But let's look at the bright side here. 4 generators are completed. If you're going to get a tunnel out, this is where you want to be. As Obi is looking to get a 4K1, survivors are thinking we just got to get one more gen done. We haven't picked up yet. We are under pallet. He boldly picks up and gets away with it. Nightlight not able to get close enough to get that pallet safe, so Pedro will be leaving the trial. We're going to get a little... sorry, we will not. We get an attempted blind. Blind does not come through, and now we're going to go check these generators. The survivors are in a pretty good spot, but obviously starting this 3v1 with Dan injured, Dan cannot get found right now.
A good spot, relatively speaking, seeing as one of them's dead, right?
Yeah.
They've broken the 3-gen. There's one in the mid-map and then 2 near the bottom, so there's not going to be any harsh 3-gen that we can necessarily play for. Of all, you know what? Of all the people to take the chase, I like that. It was Dan, because Dan already has a stage on him, already injured. It is better to let Rocket and Nightlight, who still have some life in them, try and get the most generator progress. Also, just scoring-wise, right? If Dan presents himself to target, well, you know, worst case scenario, there's only 2 extra stages. Compare it to Rocket and Nightlight, that could be 3 extra stages. We absolutely want to be avoiding that. And we've gotten the heal onto Dan anyway. And no one's on the gen, so I think the survivors are actually trying to play quite safe now.
It's interesting. I want to piggyback on what you just said there. Having Dan take the chase, as a killer, it's almost like a psychological weapon. Good bounce there, going to get hit on Rocket. It's almost a psychological weapon. Do you know why? Because if the person who is the most, like, the person who's the closest to getting tunneled out suddenly wants your attention, as a killer, I'm thinking, like, they're almost on the generator. I can't take this. This is bait. And so he didn't really commit to Dan behind main there, you know, and goes out. We got a hit on Dan here. Again, though, like, we're playing very good teamwork here, and you know, as Obi, you know that Nightlight is working on that generator across the map. Anyways, I just thought if the injured, already hooked survivor wants my attention, I feel like I shouldn't give them my attention. And we saw that happen where he kind of ran away at the time.
Yeah, that's why we have Rocket now, right? Who's going to be a fresh
there it is.
Generator pops
Wow.
here. Now this is the question. There are going to be people from Invictus that get out of the door, right? The problem is who, and the problem is how. Dan is in a far too risky a position to be doing a whole lot of anything right now, being injured, right? Preferably, Nightlight goes for the unhook, but if I'm being realistic, I think Nightlight and Dan heal each other. Well, at least reset Dan, minimum. You know, because you need someone to open the gate, ostensibly in the killer's face, which is going to be risky, and then you need someone to unhook, again, ostensibly in the killer's face, also ostensibly very risky. We're living for a little bit longer there. We have taken a hit. Overcome going to assist us just a little bit to make some more distance. That was the cue for Rocket to be taken off the hook. What do we got now? Rocket going to go straight on to working on that final gate. And how do we get Nightlight out of here? I don't think we do. This is a problem because Nightlight's the last fresh hook. This is still really fantastic work from Invictus, but why settle for good when you could have great?
Very, very greedy here from Nightlight and getting off with the pallet.
Pays off!
Maximize the use of this sort of mid-range pallet here. The door is open. Nightlight, ideally, if they could get, you can see Rocket and Dan are healing. Nightlight putting out a masterclass of how to use a crummy pallet. This pallet is not super strong.
We win another 50.
Even versus the 4.4 Blight, all those 50-50s, we got to know Bloodlust is racking up, and we make it to another pallet, and we greet it. We get Pedro, sorry.
Dan's healthy. Dan can go and take a hit now.
Obi respects the pallet, and like you said, here comes Dan in. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a photo finish.
How are we going to do this, though? Because it's only Dan. Like, if you had 2 healthy survivors to tank hits, awesome. We use it for the people!
For the people!
But does Nightlight even get out? That's the problem. We have so much
Yeah, he
distance
does.
that we need to cover.
100%.
I wouldn't say it's a
This-
guarantee, but Rocket's here. Rocket
Get
dead
on!
at the perfect time. Oh my
What is
god.
happening?
What are we doing? Okay, stay calm. We have to stay very calm right now. Dan's still on the floor, and there are still people not out of the trial. Rocket's still here. Nightlight's still here. Yes, Nightlight is healthy, but exhausted. Overcome's not going to help much. They're playing really greedy. Nightlight has the flashlight, and they want to go for a save, but it's not going to be able to happen. It's a bizarre angle.
Nightlight is safe-ish. Obviously, you can make a mistake. But at that point, Nightlight was totally safe. Yeah, they're going to take that.
Yeah.
They saved. That was a fantastic play. They gave up 2 hooks instead of 3, and they saved a fresh hook. That is going to end up being
7 stages, 3 fresh.
3 fresh. What a phenomenal result against the Blight. This might be that wild situation where each team takes each other's set.
Yeah, no, genuinely, but I mean, we saw what Praxis were doing on that Survivor side earlier, right? Those guys are freaks of nature. Come on, let's be honest with ourselves. I mean, so how do we break down exactly how that game went? Not perfectly. We'll put it like that. So Obi had it's bizarre because Obi had a really good start. It seemed like our tunnel out was going to be very, very fast onto, I believe
Pedro.
it was Pedro, yeah.
Yeah.
Our tunnel out onto Pedro was looking to be very, very effective. But then we almost got like distracted a little bit. By the time we were able to actually get the tunnel out, we were quite near to like the end. The 3-gen had been broken, and sure, yes, you're in a 3v1. Okay, fantastic. But you don't have much more to show for it. And then the end game with the survivors being able to utilize their perks so well, you know, for the people, which again might seem bizarre. Like, why would you injure yourself in front of the Blight? Remember, as you said, we were able to minimize the score down. Otherwise, it would have been 8 stages and
4 fresh.
And 4 fresh.
Nightlight was the fresh, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So not only do you deny an extra hook stage, but you deny an extra fresh hook as well for the tiebreaker. It is the best case scenario. It is about as perfect as you could really chalk it up to be.
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I like the For the People play. He bent down and healed, and like my brain took a second to catch up because I was like, "There's no way you get oh!" And the For the People comes off, and then a massive, massive dead hard by Rocket in main building to prevent what could have like. If you're Obi, you're like, okay, I just lost Nightlight. Oh, but hey, I got both of the injured survivors. Let's get and then no, it didn't happen. So fantastic play by the survivors. Nightlight was out. He was out no matter what. He was healthy. The only way he's not out is if he immediately takes an M1, which he didn't. We saw the hit come in on the For the People play. So we got the slug out. And Nightlight has overcome and is healthy and doesn't have to cross the map. Has to cross the main building. Right? So the only way that doesn't happen is you take an M1 and we dash after him. He would not be able to take an M1. We could have pressed W all the way to the gate with overcome. Easy out there. I'm not entirely sure what the play with Rocket being in main was. I don't know. Maybe just trying to play backup support.
That's the problem. That could have been a disaster.
It could have
Rocket
been.
hit the dead out at the perfect time, especially because, of course, Rocket would have been aware that Blight was nearby, but like came round the corner, and in like that split second, that was the reaction that we had to use to get the dead art off and survive. Right?
Yeah. It felt like we didn't need to be there, but also if you're in the gate, there's nothing you can do to help. So maybe it was like, I'm going to be in the proximity in case there's a call or make a play I can make. Looked scary, but then maybe Rocket's just farming aura here with the dead heart. So I mean,
that's one way to do it as well. Right?
I like it. I like it. Rocket here farming content for it, so it's pretty fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, the clips will be fantastic. Don't even worry about it, dude. But yeah, and then how do we set this up? Because is Blight a 4K sort of killer? I think on Suffo Pit, yes.
I think so.
Yeah, because it's Suffo Pit and because it inherently has that control one side of the map nature, which can be really irritating for survivors to deal with.
But the survivors have been doing such...
We've seen 2 Suffo Pits.
We've seen a lot of Suffo Pit. The survivors have been doing an amazing job of playing Suffo Pit the way you have to. I need to crack that we've 3-4 gens down main building. Mm-hmm. We're going to run. I am going nowhere near there. You have to pick. Force the killer's hand. Do you want to defend your generators, in which case you don't get to kill me? Or do you want to kill me? If you do, my team's working on the generators, and you know it. The killer knows it. So you mentioned Pedro was only got tunneled out. Pretty good chases overall. Used some pallets, got some stuns, and the result was if you die versus Blight with 1 generator left, you've done your job.
How do you feel about 7 stages 3 fresh as the condition? That's my question. Something inherently
That doesn't
beatable?
sound like a Blight result.
It doesn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What I mean?
That sounds like, so like low-key, that's like the new tie condition. The tie condition used to always be a default 4K1 if it was too strong a killer. The problem now is when you have like weaker killers coming in, the tie condition is 7 stages 3 fresh. Always. Somehow it just miraculously turns out to be that. Now I don't think that's a result that you want on Blight. I don't think that's something that can't be matched or, well, matched minimum, exceeded by Pedro, who I think is going to be taking the stage for the first time on Killer this tournament. And let's be honest, not for the last time.
No, that's exciting too. Getting Pedro in the spotlight finally. So, well, finally he's been playing, but you know what I mean. Killer spotlight. So
Exactly.
no
pressure or anything.
I don't want to predict because I've been wrong every time, and I'm chronically wrong.
Yeah, we low-key sucked at predicting that goal.
Super terrible. And if you'd ask me, what's going to happen on Blight? Well, maybe they'll tie both 4K1 7-3. Okay, well, maybe not. No, I don't want to predict here. I want to say that this Blight point, like, you know, the Blight set is very much in play. This could go either way. Again, obviously, if we do see 8 hooks, we will be moving on to the tiebreaker. If we don't see 8 hooks, or we do 7-2, I can't do 7-2. My math is mathing so hard today.
You're American. It's fine.
I will. They think it's fun because I'm Canadian to call me American. Anyways, no disrespect to my American friends out there, but I'm a good old Canuck. Anyways, no, I this could go either way, and so it could be a 2-0, but we could see the Oni set after this, so it's pretty exciting. Yeah, sorry, I just was getting a note, but
exactly.
Do you think we pull this off? Do you think Pedro pulls it off? I
almost certainly.
I kind of feel like you could have a slow start. I was about to say you could have a slow start like Nightlight had, but I mean it wasn't just Nightlight.
It's gonna take some more individual brilliance, right? We were able to see earlier the amazing work that came out from these Praxis survivors. So I do not doubt their abilities in the slightest. The only problem that you run into is you have some expression against Ghoul, right? You can play for the M1. Sure, he's going to injure you for free, but you can play for the M1, a lot of these regular tiles, and then your regular sort of looping fundamentals are going to be amazing for you. That just doesn't work on Blight. As we say, you can be so good at Survivor. Blight is going to get those hits regardless. Someone has been sniffed out here. A couple of scratch marks that Pedro would very much like to capitalize on.
Flare.
Beautiful flare from Obi. Means that we're going to be able to make distance over to Shaq as well. Still within the split of our corrupted generators. Is this something that Pedro wants to mess with? No. Pedro does not care at all. If that's going to be too hard of a target for you, find some easier prey. Find something that you can really sink your teeth into.
I don't know if you've noticed, but we've got Force Penance again. We're seeing a lot of Force Penance today. So these hit tanks, if hit tanks do come in, they will punish the survivors, not allowing a quick reset. That, I believe, is substituted for the Call of Brine last match we saw from Obi. Good stealth here by the survivors. Maybe, okay, I take it back. Clearly terrible stealth because we did get found. Overdose found at this main building, near the main building pallet here, I believe. We're going for a couple bounces, and that should be... Oh, my goodness! I don't even want to call that a flare. That was a standstill flare. Overdose gets missed there. Pedro, a little bit of an overcorrection and doesn't get the injury yet. We are getting deeper into this match, and there's still 4 healthy survivors. It looks like we're playing this rock pallet here. And, okay, well, you know, it's interesting. Pedro made a mistake and miscalculated, and then Overdose said, don't worry, buddy, I got you, and gave it back. Overdose taking the pretty simple M1, playing this TL wall with the Lithe coming through. We have one more bounce. We don't have one more bounce, and we're going to get away from it.
Use of the Lithe certainly helps, but ultimately... Again, Overdose is so cracked on the Survivor side, right? Doing a absolutely phenomenal job right now to just hold on in these chases. We didn't just see it in this set, but we saw it in the set earlier, and an opportunity to reset. Corrupt is gone, still no downs, and it's a slow process for sure. It's a protracted process, but the more that you can sort of wear down and frustrate the killer, the better it will be. Now, sure, that does mean that you're going to lose resources over time, But again, the fact that you just have survivors standing, even if they're not being as efficient as they could be, the fact there are just 4 of them on their feet means so much. I don't think Obi's going to be on his feet for much longer. Didn't quite have enough distance there. Got psyched out just for a second by a regular mind game from Pedro, and it ended up costing him. So, gen progress, again, is still not fantastic. We'll put it that way. We have Sile positioning for the unhook with the deliverance. This does make quite a lot of sense. I wonder, I don't think I quite caught the perks that Obi had. That's going to be important to know, in that if Pedro goes for the tunnel onto Obi, is it just going to be the worst day ever for our poor little Blight player?
Gonna find another chase here on Silhe at the main building right by the hook. Gotta wonder if we're going to commit to this, or, I mean, okay, so, oh, good, wow, firecracker blind, and Silhe's going to get all the way through main building. Great job, and now, see, this is the scary part. We've got, Obi is not super deep into their hook state, gets the unhook, but we had multiple survivors hanging out there. Silhe with the a tank to hit, I guess, and got the broken status here. Overdose is just about to finish a generator, and we're going to continue trying to tunnel out Obi. Sorry, no, we're on Silhe here. We dropped our tunnel out.
Yeah, we're going to be going for a different priority entirely here. I mean, you don't have to play for the 4K. Your win condition doesn't demand it. Oh my god, what are we doing?
Oh my god, and then hits it anyway.
Oh my god.
Silhe says after you, and let's Blight slide by, but actually manages to get a couple good bounces there.
Yeah, that's a tough situation to be in now. It means that we avoid a potential decisive strike if we were, say, hard committing for the tower onto Obi. It's another fresh. We need at least 3 of them if we want some decent success. 4 is always going to benefit you, but at that point you might as well just have someone dead and out of the game, right? So I am fine with this chase happening onto Silhe. I'm fine with this down happening on Silhe, especially because it was in pretty good time as well. You know, Obi and Overdose have been causing you some problems, so why not go for something potentially a little easier? If the target presents itself to you, you take it. And you don't have to get some ridiculous 4K condition here for Pedro. He's definitely got that locked in the back of his mind.
Doing a lot of hook guarding here, which I don't hate. We're looking where our gens are, and we're looking at keeping the sort of main building side sort of locked down. We got the turn back the clock, a break it with my mind to regress that generator. But you can see both Obi and Overdose were kind of back on it. Goes for a very ambitious swing there. Silhe is going to deliverance off of the hook now. It was interesting because we were camping a bit. Pedro was camping a little bit, but yeah, I mean, sorry. Silhe, fresh off the hook, still has endurance coming in, but we're almost out. Did we overplay our hand here? And we did. Does he have...
No, there's
He's
nothing.
Got dead hard.
There's nothing that Silhe can do about that. That was bizarre.
Very strange decision.
Okay, we're not entirely sure how that decision came to transpire. All that we know now is that Silhe's dead on hook. An opportunity practically gifted to Pedro on a silver platter, along with V1, who is going to serve quite nicely as a follow-up to that course as well. Still looking around for someone coming for the unhook onto Silhe, but we actually change our mind. We veer off a little bit. We're going to, realistically, we're going to have to get this unhook. We don't have the stages to just allow Silhe to die. Even if it's risky, we need to go for something there. Obi taking an injury is your decisive survivor, but we're far from being in a hard tunnel out situation, you know. And just looking at the survivor HUD, just looking at the survivor HUD shows us that they're in big trouble. They're in deep trouble. You know, 1 on hook. Injuries, of course, Obi now resetting. Overdose has a gen being done, but we need way more than that at this stage of the game.
I absolutely loved a second ago when we bumped over towards that generator near the logs, and then used our 5th and final dash to go back to the hook, which wound us. It ended up leading to this V1 down, because we wound up kind of catching them off there. Survivors, again, people on site might be hearing some of the. I don't know if they'll be able to hear the comms being further away. I don't know, you know, but you often count how many bumps have gone and communicate how many bumps the killer has made, and that was a situation where it didn't happen. Silhe has plot twisted, looking to get healed up, so that tunnel out, not going to happen anytime soon, but we're going to come back to the middle here. V1 just unhooked, and we're going to go look around. Are we going to commit? Looks like...
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I think I could. We're getting... Oh, still has the endurance, but nice stun there. We're getting kind of not... Oh! I thought he got away with that. I was like blown away, and then on a dime, Pedro turns and says, no thank you. Goes ahead and smacks V1 down again. Great play there by Pedro. Almost a very sneaky play by V1.
5th hook stage going to be accrued now. There's some fantastic work for Pedro. Only needs 3 more for a victory, or 2 more if one of those hooks is onto Overdose. So there's a fine line for victory that is well within Pedro's sights. The Survivors don't have quite an easy time. Their gen progress is sorely lacking given the position that they are in. They have to have someone pull off a really good chase, but it's so much easier said than done doing that against a player this caliber, on a killer this caliber. It's not even like Pedro is playing hardly to control a 3-gen. It doesn't even look... It feels like that's been broken a long time ago. Pedro's just playing quite a normal game. We have someone nearby at Shag. How long are we going to let V1 hang for, right? Because hang time is something that can be very, very useful if you are able to kind of allow the... If you're able to allow the survivor to just buy time for extra generators to be popped and done. The only issue with that is that, well, you know, you could just have V1 die completely, and then you're completely screwed.
There's a really scary situation developing here. We have...
this is a long time to leave V1 for.
Well, we're running out of time here. The only person who is nearby to get the unhook is Silhe. If Silhe trades, Silhe's dead. Overdose, the one who they don't want to be found, was across the map. And they're going to sacrifice the life.
Ooh.
Now, Overdose is on the generator across the map, but look at the gen progress. There's only about 10, 15% there. That's not enough. We are going to see our first death here. V1 hanging out with borrowed time, the off-hook endurance, and Pedro wants nothing to do with it, wants to go patrol these generators. As I was saying, though, Overdose was across the map. The one survivor not wanting to be found was the one who popped the last generator down by main building. Sorry, there still is one down there, but popped the most recent one. But then they were running out of time on that unhook on V1, and as a result, Silhe just purely has to trade. A little bit of a weird miscommunication there. Obi could have potentially double unhooked, and we could have got Silhe there. I don't know whether it was a mistake input or a mistake communication, but as a result, Obi didn't take a hit, and Silhe died. Lots of gen progress, sort of like, you know, medium gen progress on multiple gens, though, here, Egder. So survivors are sticking in it, but we are dangerously close. One hook on Overdose, and it's over.
One hook onto Overdose, but it's not like that's your only path to victory here. There are so many options that Pedro has and so little tools that the survivors can really utilize.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Well, how about that? We pop a generator. Wait, hang on just a minute here. This isn't over yet. The generator being popped, which really surprises me. Pedro was patrolling this area earlier quite a lot. Every survivor is actually healthy, and we have some strong pallets to work with. There's a world in which this could change on a dime. The problem is, look how far away our gate is. It's over at the very top of the map. We do have one on the bottom side, but that is not the one that's been open.
Close.
Overdose and V1, they have to take hits, they have to take them now, and they have to be perfect. They have to be efficient. They cannot let Pedro squeeze through any tiny gaps or cracks or crevices. We need to keep Obi alive. We need to keep everyone alive. We get everyone out here. We get to open off LAN with a bang, with a 2-0.
This is scary because Pedro saw Overdose, and it's like he saw red. He's like a bull who saw red. He saw it, and he's like, that's my win. That's my win right there. But if he had chased Overdose, oh my goodness, so close. We hit the rock. If we chased Overdose, I think there's a good case to be made. The survivors pinch in, but Overdose is the one who takes the hit. If Overdose goes down, this is going to be a win. If we get down Obi, this can be a tie, but it's not over yet. When I say it's a tie with Obi, it's a tie if Obi gets hooked and they unhook and get out. There's just too much here. If we chase these survivors out, Overdose is out. If V1 is unable to somehow save Obi, which how could you, this will be a win.
I mean, what can you do here? I don't think there is anything. You know, V1 is probably going to try and instantly pull, but do you have a dead hard maybe? I'm scratching. I'm trying to think here. I think you just have to force the trade, and if the trade comes through, there's nothing that you can do. It was well fought. It was close. It was skin of your teeth stuff. But Pedro going to be leading Invictus to a well-earned victory on the Blight set, and that already leads us to our first tiebreak set.
So
It's going to be the Oni.
We were totally wrong. There's no way.
Oh, yeah, we suck, bro. Nah, Loki fire us. We suck
There's
at
no
jobs.
way they take each other's sets. They're going to win the sets that they choose. That's how it's going to be. And no, that's not how it went at all. They took each other's sets. Also, that was ridiculously close again. Like, think about we just had a ghoul set that was a decided by one hook, but it was 4-3. Now we've had a blight set that was decided by 8 with 3 fresh, and 7 with 3 fresh. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This shows this is just such a good one to start with.
Oh, yeah.
This is such a great matchup to start with. Phenomenal to play by all of our players.
People remember how the
I'm kind of flabbergasted.
People
How close it
remember
is.
people remember how events start and people remember how events end, right?
What a start.
Why don't we put things off to a fantastic start by getting just 2 of the pound for pound greatest teams? I mean, the thing is, we can say it, maybe with some ego, but we can say it because the players are at the highest level, some of the best teams ever.
Oh, yeah.
Within the world of competitive Dead by Daylight, sure, but the best teams ever. These are 2 of them. Simple, right? Straight in front of us, first matchup, going the distance, exactly what you want to see. For the Oni, and you, my son, you seem happy.
I am quite happy. The fact that I get any Oni, the fact that I get an Oni match this weekend at all is phenomenal. Not to say that, but to get it right away, now there's a possibility for more. But if I get my one, I'm happy. This is going to be phenomenal. Again, we were talking about it earlier because we were talking about how this could be the deciding set. Turns out we were correct. Oni is going to come down to extremely disciplined and not greedy gameplay. You cannot greed versus an Oni before he gets his first hit. There's 2 ways that Oni matches go. One, you play clean and smart, good comms, use your strong pallets, pre-drop pallets, make sure that Oni needs to take forever, M1, man with katana, walks around and tries to get a hit on you. Or somebody greeds a pallet, somebody misjudges a distance, somebody messes up a check spot somehow mildly, Oni gets a hit, and we're off to the races, and we're going to see some pretty explosive, often 4Ks and stuff like that. So
now we have the question. It seems like Obi has settled in. I can't guarantee if Obi's going to be taking killer on Praxis as well. Tell you what, Obi is a name. Obviously, everyone thinks, okay, yeah, Obi's a fantastic kill player. No one's going to doubt you on that. But I feel like Obi doesn't necessarily get like the credit that he sometimes deserves, right? Obi isn't just like a good killer player. Obi is genuinely morphing into, for like his specific picks and his specific sets, just like the best. We said earlier, if you get a Wesker set and Obi's playing Wesker, give up to a degree, right? And I'd be interested again. Oni is a bit more M1, but of course with the dash and with the fact that use of the Demon Fury does actually require a solid element of mechanical skill. I wouldn't be surprised if we also saw Obi picking that up. The Obi versus Pedro matchup then, because I almost certainly it's Pedro that will take it for Nightlight. That's a really like interesting killer head-to-head for me.
I want to go back to what
like
you said.
Pound for pound, who takes the win like overall there? I don't have a clear answer.
I want to agree with you about Obi though. Like when we talk, like there's been conversations, and again, I've been involved in the comp scene for a couple years now. I'm not one of the OGs, but going back, like there are some names that come up, and I try never to say this is the best killer in the world. Pedro's the best killer. I don't try to say the best, but Pedro is one of the best killer players in the world, if not the best. Is kind of what I say. Sure. And I feel like you're right. I feel like Obi does not get enough attention as being on that list. Definitely making a name though. We saw some incredible things in the past seasons and even today. Like again, going back. We're going back to the ghoul set. I get a hook, 1, 2, 3, bite gone on Pedro on that generator. Like you see stuff like that, and you're just like, I mean, this guy's a pro. He's fantastic. So
for sure.
Very interested to see. We do have a very nice matchup. Again, not to take away, again, Nightlight used to play a lot more killer. You mentioned Clown earlier. I remember. I think I was there for the passing of the Clown torch because Nightlight was very known for Clown, and then I was there the day that Pedro now plays Clown for.
It brought a tear to my eye, low-key.
Is what?
It brought a tear to my eye. It's like that image of like when like Master Splinter leading all the turtles.
Yeah.
And turtles, when they're all grown up leading
Yeah.
along.
I remember your reaction to it too. It's going back a while now, but you were like, I think I was casting with you, and I think you're like, we almost guaranteed to see Nightlight and the Clown. Nightlight's Clown is everything's. Oh, Pedro. Interesting, but
yeah, I don't pretend to know what I'm
but
talking about.
Nightlight again, another really big name in Killers. Anyways, Clown is not here nor there, but I thought that was worth mentioning. Yeah, I don't have a prediction here. I think at the very beginning I said Invictus by a hair, and I said it because of Pedro. Well, again, we just said underappreciated, maybe need to spend some more time noticing just how competitive and how fantastic Obi's killer play is. So you know what? I'm rescinding my prediction to I don't know how it's going to play out.
This is the problem when we try to make predictions.
I'm always wrong.
But also just competitive itself is so unpredictable because there are so many peaks and valleys, right? And again, any day, any of the teams at this tournament could beat the other. And sometimes in not particularly close fashion, right? It happened a lot during Season 11, where some of our like juggernaut matchups, things like I recall Praxis was on like a really big hot streak, and they were against Elysium, and people were like, "Oh, this is going to be a super close game." No, Elysium dominated them.
Yeah.
In the neutral, it was like terrifying to watch, and it's terrifying to watch some of these teams and just how well they play together as well. It seems like, to be honest, the LAN environment, it seems like the players have adapted to it decently well. A couple of interesting micro decisions in Chase, one or two.
That unhook, where I believe V1 killed himself basically for the unhook. That was killed himself. Sounds funny when I say it, but that's what happened. Was Obi was there for the unhook and it didn't happen. But anyways, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. We're into the match, guys. My Oni, my man Kazan, let's go. Pedro is in fact playing the Oni for Invictus. Looking at that build, we got the Pop Eruption with Pain Res and Corrupt Intervention. We're here on what I would say is probably my favorite, the classic, the good old Coal Tower. And we're going to start our first chase here at Shack.
I mean, Shack is the place to go, right? It's a place of safety. The problem you have on Coal Tower is that Shack itself is great, but its connecting tiles low-key kind of suck in the sense of sometimes you just don't have them. Sprint Burst going to be utilized for the time being. Overdose is trying to play this. I mean, you have this fine line between playing safe and buying time. Overdose could have dropped the pallet there, would have been the safest move, but again, you can't just have good chases against Oni. You have to have perfect chases. That's a problem. Overdose took the vault, and Pedro unfortunately doubling back at the wrong time, and then going back into Shack actually. So an opportunity missed there. Meanwhile, the survivors have been able to. That chase wasn't in the corrupted gens, but it didn't stop the survivors from getting some good progress on those generators regardless. You're not going to see a whole lot of survivor action, realistically. You play so carefully for so long against the Oni, especially when it's a Pedro caliber kind of killer, you know? If anyone's going to snowball and down 4 of you with like 3 gens remaining, it's this guy.
I'm interested to see. We've seen the bear, the kitten bear, as the favored comp skin. I don't think I've seen another Oni since it came out. We're gonna continue the chase here. Overdose chase number 2 on this pretty reasonable. Oh, but you know what? We path all the way back to Shack. I'm sorry. For some reason in my mind, I thought the pallet was on the other side there, and I thought we were going to take a hit. But no, Overdose is doing great, and this is what I was talking about.
We have a Sprint Burst 99.
We do. Good eye. We absolutely do. So if we get in trouble, we're not actually in trouble. Here's where it's going to happen. It's going to happen right now. Oh, but I think we could have swung through on that.
We're trying. We have it
now.
Now. Now we have it ready. So this mind game, I mean, great mind game, Pedro. It might work, but how well is it going to work for you? We just make it over to the jungle gym for Overdose, right? And this is fantastic. We're Corrupt is gone, so we're way beyond the 2-minute mark by this point. Still nothing. And it's not like this has hampered the gen progress either. Sure, there's only 1 generator completed, but Sile and Obi are going to pop a couple of others. V1 is obviously in chase. Overdose starting a new one. Now we're just taking like a kind of raw 1v1 chase at Shack. V1 has this pallet here by the rock. It's not a long one, particularly. We're going to have to play this a bit
That's gonna be
bizarrely,
it.
but yeah, finally the M1 comes through, but it's been very well delayed by the members of Praxis. This is where the game begins. This is where things become terrifying for the survivors, because unless V1 is healed up in a jiffy, then there's going to be blood everywhere, and Pedro's going to get the power, and Pedro with power is a, like, nuclear level threat.
Here it goes. We might not pop it right away, but there's a ton of gen progress right now. Obi's about to pop one. We saw V1 hop back on a generator there. Still had a lot of progress, and Overdose was like midway through another one. So there are fully 4+ gens at this point with progress. Well, one less because one did just pop. We are going to start our first Demon Dash here at 3 generators. Looks like we're actually going to end up coming into Shaq and taking the down on V1, which is good. Let's get our first down. Let's get our first hook. But unfortunately, we weren't able to fully capitalize on the Oni's power, hitting an injured survivor. There's a few orbs here. We get 5 from the hook, but I don't know if there's enough on the board to get power again at this point. You know what? Never mind. I take that back. I think there's some over here as well.
Not bad. Obviously, you're happy with the down because you got it eventually, but as you say, V1 injured already. It's almost as if you already invested halfway into taking V1 out of the game, and then you just had to make a full reinvestment utilizing your power, right? Immediately going to try and body block just to stop an injury onto Obi, because remember, that would charge up about half of the power as well, 40% specifically with another M1. And the last thing you want to do is give more power over. We get the hit at the final second of the endurance. Every ounce of value has been maximized, and now we leave. And this is a prime opportunity to heal up V1, prevent the tunnel out. Healing against Oni is I mean, it's good in the sense it stops the blood orbs. It's not great in the fact that you can just go down anyway, especially actively in power. And I think that's what we're seeing here. We're able to mend up V1, but we're not quite committing to the heal. Would put us in a very risky spot. We know that someone's up here. Oh no! Obi! What's happening there, my friend? Oh,
Obi gets caught
brother!
out.
Oh, brother. That could swing the momentum. I'm not saying necessarily, because the gen progress is still fantastic, but that's...
Overdose waited. Overdose intentionally did not pop the generator specifically to eat the pain res, meaning Overdose is doing a very safe gen, and Silhay's, they didn't want to hit Silhay, who must be attacking one of the more central generators. One of the ones in sort of a tighter, yep, this one right here. This logs generator did not get hit by pain res because Overdose held off. We're going to apply pop and eruption on that generator. Come back over here. We do have a pretty tight 3-gen here down the bottom of the map near Shaq, so that's a good for Pedro. We see Silhay run over to this rock pallet. Another gen pops. That would be Overdose's gen, so now we're down to 2, and we greed that pallet. Not sure. I mean, I don't disagree with what Silhay did there. You're not sure which direction he's coming from, so it's better to be a little unpredictable than just drop the pallet and broadcast where you're at, but goes down very quickly. Pedro is doing this thing where we're getting power, finding someone, we're downing them immediately, and then we're pushing on. I don't disagree with it, but we're not getting that snowball that you see sometimes with Oni because it took so long. The first down took 3 minutes and 45 seconds to come in on V1 there. So I don't necessarily blame. We're not looking to snowball. We're looking to, you know, stop. No pun intended. Stop the bleeding. The survivors were way ahead, and now we need to take the opportunities as they present themselves to get some hooks.
Bizarrely, it feels like Pedro's game has improved more now that we're going for fresh hooks.
Yeah.
It seems like it's really putting a wrench in the ability of the survivors to get these gens done. So, I mean, speaking of the gens, you can sort of look at the split of them. There's a nasty looking 3-gen near the Shack side of the map. Cold Tower isn't necessarily conducive to the worst 3-gens in the world, but they can exist, and they can be deadly.
It's funny, they're usually down by main building, but this time it's by Shack.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
where are we? V1, watch out! I mean, there's an Oni headed your way, and that was at the last second of the power as well. That's a problem. Look now, who's going to get the unhook onto Silhay? It's got to be Obi. Overdose like still actively working on the gen. We're able to trade another hook stage onto V1, get that man closer to death. There's some fantastic work being done right now. The start was slow. Agonizingly slow for Pedro. But it's been picking up momentum since then, and it feels like later and later into this game, he's really finding his groove.
Well, and it's funny because lots of progress on this generator in the 3-gen. We're going to apply pop, take down that progression a little bit, also applies eruption. It is interesting. This is very common. You'll see this is the whole idea that at the beginning of the match, the survivors are in the strongest position, and near towards the end of the match, the killer's typically in the strongest position. And what I mean by that is, took a long time to get a hit. However, we did end up, we're going to triple vault shack there by Overdose. Once we now have got the hits in, a lot of pallets got used, a lot of strong pallets. Shack is gone. Greeds the window there, telegraphs it, but then ends up not going for it. Overdose going for an, I think that was meant to be a medium vault, but maybe it was trying to be a tricky slow vault. Regardless, Pedro was hot on the heels of Overdose and ends up getting the hit. We got enough blood orbs, and we are ready to run. V1's unhook comes in shortly ago, so we have a basic idea where a couple survivors are. As I said, we end up finding V1. Great flick around that rock pallet, and we are going to pick up here. That generator by Shaq has had enough time to regress, probably, unless they both jumped on it immediately. We should be able to get this hook. We should be able to eliminate V1 and potentially regress that generator one more time.
This 3-gen is still agonizing. Now, surprisingly, there's actually some good gen progress on the final 2 generators. Overdose seems like it's going to be the one in chase sooner rather than later. No, actually, Sile forced off of the generator by the lock. We're going straight back for it. Oh my god, the audacity of this man. What are we doing? The killer has power. We're working with gen directly in his face. But it's worked. We've been able to get a little bit of extra progress and then maneuver ourselves up into the map away from this 3-gen. We saw what happened here earlier, so we'd rather not have a repeat of that with the power. Oh my god!
Flare.
We just broke his ankles live in Germany, and are we going to do it again? Unfortunately not, but hey, the first time was so nice, he had to try it twice. Now, now at the bottom side, we're in a really bizarre spot. This is where the snowball potential could go. It feels like the survivors are in a spot where we're full sending it. We don't get the down onto Obi. We make a little bit of extra distance, able to maneuver over to another pallet. Pedro not quite happy with the lumberjack work that's been done on the coal tower, or the lack of it thereof, but still, the gens are flying through now. There's still an injured survivor. There's still Overdose here, who is going to be a healthy blood bank for our Oni to be able to deal with. But we have 2 gens within this 3-gen split, which are so heavily progressed. I think it's almost certain
Look at
one
the
of them
HUD
gets done, but I don't even think this is fun for Praxis. Like, they have to do a lot of kind of legwork and heavy lifting to get everyone out of here and to not give a lot of stages over. An Oni in power in the endgame is a freak of nature.
So our main target is going to be Overdose, who we have eyes on right now. Our last fresh hook. If we can down Overdose here, we will secure at least one more fresh hook, potentially multiple hooks. You can see the door right nearby here has some red lights on, but not completed full yet. This this car pallet is not super safe. Although surprisingly, it's actually interesting. Oni in power almost feels. It feels harder to dash than, never mind, and then, yeah, we end up getting pushed in the corner there. Overdose is going to get hooked. We used up a lot of our power there, though, so I don't know if we'll be able to charge power. Like an Oni standing with fully charged power at the hook, you can unhook. But if he cannot get enough blood orbs to get power, the survivors can go for save, and that's what we're seeing right now. Do we have an opportunity to get enough blood here to chase the survivors out the gate and tell them, no, Overdose stays with me?
Probably. Right? Like, there are going to be inklings of it around. Main building, of course, has a decent supply. Even this 4-lane by the hook seems to have a couple of extras by the edge. Sile is playing a very dangerous game. We get the power now, but that does mean we get Overdose off hook, but that does also mean that we now have a big-ass angry bear who's going to try and run us down as fast as humanly possible.
She stealthed. Obi stealthed.
And done it successfully as well. Does Obi get Shaq here? Like, get the hatch?
I don't know. There's a door open near... This is going to be so sketchy. There's a door open near the top side, near the main building. Hatch will spawn at Shaq. Although, you know what? We do know that, right? So we can potentially do that. We have not moved. You got to imagine... You have to imagine, as a killer, you got to imagine the survivor's not where you left it, looking in lockers, trying to find... Does not have any idea.
All we have to really do is wait out power. If we wait out power, Obi is fine to just run straight to a gate, take the...
And we're healing to tank hits, too.
Yeah. But are we going to be able to live? Yes,
That's
power's
it.
out.
Fantastic job by Obi.
Yeah, and already Obi's just running straight away.
That's it.
All the survivors
Good
here to
job.
ferry him out. There's nothing that Pedro can do to deny this. When all is said and done, if my math serves me right, which it rarely does, 6 stages, 4 fresh. Overdose looking to, I don't know, Batman or something like that with that little flashlight at the end. But still, fantastic, fantastic work from the Praxis survivors. They've set themselves up beautifully to finish this one out. And it's odd, the momentum of that game was so back and forth. The early game was amazing from the survivors, and then Pedro got into a groove, gens weren't moving, fresh hooks left, right, center, tunnel out of the game onto like the survivors, and then at the end they were able to bully out the generators and just do a fantastic job.
I love it. I love it. On your screen, you see big smile from Obi there. Obi knows. Obi knows he bamboozled. He Smeckledorfed Pedro there.
Hey, bro. When you see Obi, you begin to pray. That's all we know.
Obi with the diabolical standstill tech, the old T-Rex. Pedro's vision is based on movement. Was able to just basically stand at the hook there and not get found. Really well done. Now, here's the interesting thing about that win condition. That was 6 hooks, 4 fresh.
Yeah. It's not a common condition we see.
If you have a good Oni game, as Survivor, if you play against Oni well, Oni is a killer. You get, like, again, if you play it well, you don't give the first hit. If you play basically the way we saw our Survivors play in that last match, you can get a 6 hook 2 fresh. I get my tunnel out, I get 1 in end game, they leave, and that's what I'm at. 4 fresh makes it spicy, makes it interesting. The Survivors of Invictus are gonna have a textbook game that they can't give up early hits. If they give up a early hit, I don't see a way to come back from it. As long as they can play the game smart, well, calm, collected, get the gens done, don't give up any free hits. As long as that happens, this is winnable for them.
It is.
It is, based on the fresh hooks.
Well, you said I think you were saying earlier, which showing that rings true, Oni tends to be on the extreme sides, right? I mean, here 6 stages 4 fresh is ostensibly a medium result. I do think for Oni, a bit of a cut below. I think the Survivors did fantastically here, right?
Right.
However, ultimately, you're not wrong when it's like Onis will often kind of 4K, or they're going to get like 2 stages at most, right? Like 2 stages, 2 fresh.
We have seen like 2 stages Onis. It's happened. We've seen those.
And not even like, once in a blue moon. Not often, we'll put it like that. Yeah. But like, it's not like an unheard of. If you said, yeah, this was an only 2 stage, I'd believe you.
Wasn't
right?
it the final we saw a crazy 2 stage?
Yeah,
the final we saw a 2
like
stage with the head on. That was ridiculous.
Exactly. So I'm saying for a Survivor side as good as Invictus, this isn't over for them yet. Mm-hmm. This result is, I mean, Obi can be. I'd say, Obi can be happy with the result with the stealth at the end. The entire Praxis squad can be happy with that result.
That's so crazy.
But that's not. This isn't a Invictus give up kind of moment. You know.
Yeah. That's one thing I really like about both teams here, by the way. It could be hopefully they're getting the right kind of energy from the crowd. And what I mean by that is, like, I got a 3-stage cool game, you could feel the pressure of being watched, or you could feel the energy from being watched, right? So hopefully they're taking it the positive way. But that being said, both teams lost their sets, and it doesn't look like they missed a beat. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So now this is going to come down to, I want to say one thing too. I kind of noticed, I kind of noticed on Coal Tower, since some changes that have been made in the game, Coal Tower had a lot of pallets.
It does now, yeah.
It was pretty tough to get that first hit. The Survivors need to identify where those pallets are, and they need to use them well.
We have a timer. 3 minutes 45 seconds was the first down earlier. The first hit was only about, realistically, about 45 seconds before that. That's how it tends to go on the Oni. So first down timer is always quite important. The first hit timer on Oni especially, that's a good thing to keep in mind as well. It's the snowball that starts everything. And it was the snowball that got rolling just a little bit too late from Pedro. Because it's not even this, linear thing of, Oni gets hit and then is just the best killer in the game, right? We're going to get into this. And it's Obi that's going to be trying his damnedest to secure this victory. If we're in the crowd, come on, this is the last.
Let's hear it.
This is the last trial. Let's give these players a little bit of energy. Obi sure as hell needs it. Trying to put in an absolutely Fantastic result here and secure a victory in the first ever DBD League LAN match. That's history in the making.
We making me a liar. Obi is not rocking the the bear. We're gonna get our first chase here into Pedro. We're gonna vault that pallet. Going to make it to another. This is an eye tile filler in the middle there. Going to continue on. We break that pallet. We're going to break off. Obi's going to go find some other prey. Exact same build. Not surprising. Pain res, pop, goes the weasel, and eruption. Going to apply eruption on that path gen, that top middle gen. We are looking in main building, trying to find our potential balanced landing survivor, and looks like we found some scratch marks. I would be shocked if that weren't the case. Looks like we're chasing, I think this is Nightlight, question mark. And we don't like that chase either. We're going to continue on. Now we see Dan headed down towards Shack. And again, just pre-leaving, great comms by the team here. Pre-leaving, not getting caught out, making sure you get to some strong resources. Now, this is going back to what you said last game, on the first match there, Egder. You don't want to greed Shack, but you also don't want to waste Shack, and we do get it down there. That was a good use of it there. Dan did not have a conceivable way to get another loop, but you definitely don't want to just throw it without maximizing the time, because you're on a timer. The moment Oni gets that hit, now the game is on. You need to maximize as much as possible. Dan's at Shack here without a lot around it.
Yeah, this could be a problem. It seems like Bloodlust is accruing too. Corrupt Intervention is about to fade, so it seems like it's going to be almost exactly on the 2-minute mark when that hit comes out. That's about a minute and a half earlier than what we saw earlier. And so already Obi has a lead in this matchup. We're playing our mind games, but unfortunately someone like Dan, one of if not the best survivor player in the world, right? You ain't going to be catching him out in a situation like that, right? So now we continue on. Yeah, we make this pallet. It's going to be really awkward because in an ideal world, if you're Obi, you get the down, but you're not going to be able to do that when you get the swing and then the lump of wood smashed on your face. Bit of a disgrace there. 2 gens popping in stereo as well. One more with a load of progress on it. These survivors are cranking out these generators like nobody's business, and it's off the back of Dan. The first hit came through quickly, sure, but we're in the bottom side of the map. We aren't taking up too many resources. We're taking just up the killer's attention. And we're going to have a balanced landing off this hill as well. And we're still not going to utilize our power because, again, it feels like a sunk cost situation. We have an injured survivor. Why am I going to pop power now? Finally, the down comes through. Try and get an exact timer on that sooner rather than later. But this gen progress is stellar from Invictus.
I gotta say, I understand that as an Oni, you're chasing. Like I said it last match where we got the power down on the injured survivor. I understand that. You want to get your M1 down so you can get a hook, then you can pop power. There's no one else bleeding right now, but you don't want to pop power while, like, you know, your survivor's up there. You want to go find somebody else. The trouble is if you hard commit to that, you can find yourself in a really, really rough spot. Look at that gen progress on the board. We see... Are those 3 separate generators? 3 separate generators are being worked here. This is a little aggressive by Pedro. We're going to walk over and drop the pop and eruption on that generator. Pedro, so strange. Pedro just like sees a power holding Oni walking up and gives sight. And for the one, Obi doesn't pop power. But 2, Pedro just gives him a lot of space there. Instead, we're not even going to bother. We're going to go find Rocket. Rocket gets the stun and the blind here. We're going to break the pallet and continue on. This power is going to make or break this game because you're about to see Nightlight's generator pop as well. Speaking of Pedro, we are back on Pedro, and it looks like Pedro will finally go down. We managed to waste probably about half of the power there, maybe a little bit more with that down. We do get a pop on a generator there, and we're going to see our hook come in. Dan is not off hook yet. I got to imagine that it's coming in.
Dan. No, Dan went to second. But the survivors just seemed willing to let it happen. That's risky. That's really risky behavior. It's not an impossibility if you're really prioritizing generator progress, but now Dan could be out of the game very, very quickly. You have to be obscenely confident in your gen speed to go for a play like that. And I mean, that sure as hell helps. There's no 3 gen that Obi can control. Dan, even if going down here, there's still plenty of room for Rocket and or Nightlight, whoever's not busy unhooking Pedro, to get one of the generators done. Dan does go down, and the first chase was fantastic. The second one, not so much. But also recall, there's not been the opportunity to have that extra chase because we let Dan go to second. Again, we'd have to get the players' insights on whether that was on purpose, whether that was a little bit of an accident, right? Pedro's going to be healed up, which is good for stopping the blood prevention. It's not great for the fact that there is now a big, angry dude with a Kanobo running straight at you. Although, of course, if you can stealth out and delay the kill as much as possible, sort of employ some Fabian tactics, if you will, then that could work well for you. And Obi is acutely aware of the potential stealth, but isn't falling for any of it.
This power pop was very questionable to me. I don't know why. I don't know why we popped without having eyes on someone.
Might feels like it's necessary, given the result that you need, and given the fact, yes, you get a tunnel out, but given the fact that you don't have a perfect handle on all of the gens and their exact amount of progress, right? Maybe a little bit of a panic. Maybe they're going a little bit faster than you think. Maybe the nerves of being in front of a live audience are kind of getting to you. We have still Obi searching and hunting. There's some blood around here. We know that every survivor is healthy, so that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that we're able to really find anyone. It means that we're able to get a little bit of our power back. So I was playing so patiently. I think this is what you need to do against a killer that can down you so easily, right? And we know there's more progress on this top generator. We finally found a survivor. It is Pedro. This is a best case scenario if Pedro ends up maybe taking a down here or maybe taking some extra hooks, because remember for Praxis here, we need a lot more in the stage department. We need 3 more stages effectively to win, because obviously 4 fresh hooks, so we need 3 more stages. Pedro would only give 2 if we kill Pedro here. So that's honestly a fine sacrifice to make.
Yeah, I think it was a calculated risk because they were getting so far ahead on generators that it makes sense why they did it. It didn't last that long with the Dan's death there. Lots of gen progress. Going to continue chase over here. Survivors are doing a really good job of forcing Obi to make a decision who we're going to chase and what we're going to leave. I imagine we're going to chase here a little bit. We're going to put the killer. Yeah, we're putting the killer in a position where they need to make a decision. We have to commit to a chase, and we have to maybe try and get somebody. Pedro is not the target we want, but oh my goodness, what a double back vacuum pallet stun there by Pedro. Great job. We're going to kick this generator, apply eruption, do it again, but that generator got a ton of progress, and we know the other 2 are being worked down the other end of the map as well. Rocket pre-leaving. Just great communication from these survivors. It doesn't look like Obi still thinks, yeah, maybe scared of this gen popping, so hanging out down near the main building instead.
Pedro back in the chase. We said before that this is probably a best case situation. I love how patient these survivors are, especially because victory is like, it's on like the tip of their tongues, right? They're so close to it, but they know that one mistake against this, only one mistake against Obi, could cost you absolutely everything. Gates are now powered. Invictus in a prime position to take this one. We're actually going to position Nightlight in the locker with their head on as a bit of a safety net. If anyone being caught out near this door finds themselves in some amount of trouble. Pedro, again, it's fine if Pedro goes down here. Pedro can die, provided that Rocket and Nightlight get out with all of their stages. Then Invictus will win this. They'll take our first matchup at the LAN. They will be the ones to make history. They'll be the ones in the textbooks. Are they making textbooks about this event? Maybe not.
This is so close. I can't believe how close we are here. Again, like you said, we need 7 hooks. We need 7 hooks clean. We're never going to get a tie at this point. There's no way we get 6 hooks 4 fresh. We're not going to end up hooking Rocket and Nightlight unless something like insane happens. And we're going to pop that. Looks like we're healing over here. We've got Nightlight out the door. We've got Pedro out the door. Where's Rocket? Rocket's... Oh, no!
Oh, no!
No!
Oh, no!
Rocket was stealthing, going for hatch, and oh my god, Obi
But the fresh hooks, it doesn't matter.
No, but this is going to be 7 hooks.
You are right. It would be 7 hooks.
This is it. They can't leave him. They can't leave him. That was such an accident. I guess Rocket got cut off and unable to. We're going for basement.
No.
We're going for.
Oh no.
We make this all day, and we're miles. We are on a whole different map from the exit gate on the backside of main building, way across the map. Rocket on hook. Rocket was stealthing, trying to head down the end of the map to get the hatch. We're going to open the other door, which looks like it's sort of by that hill where Rocket was found. The survivors, what's the world where they win this? There is no world. If anyone dies, it's over. They have to all get out the door. They can screw up and try again. No, wait. Yes.
They can.
As long as Nightlight doesn't get hooked, they can screw up and try again. But they have to get everyone out the door.
This is so tense. You can feel it in the air. These players might as well be staring at each other from across the LAN stage, Andrew, right? that is the intensity that we have on display. Whoever goes in this basement, I don't think is coming out. Nightlight going to be the first one to drop, taking an instant injury. This gives a small window for Pedro to try and get the unhook. But yeah, we're looking for it. This will be a trade. This is just a forced trade. There's no other opportunity for anyone else here, and we're just going to block the door as well. Our friend is in the locker, and our friend has maybe deemed us dead in the basement. I don't think there's a world in which anyone's able to get out of this.
That's a 4K0.
It was a desperate situation. It was a desperate attempt.
Oh!
We're able to get a nice vault here, but again, this isn't going to mean anything. All that we need to do is put a couple of extra players on the hook. Rocket, Pedro, both, none. It does not matter. And I think Nightlight understands there's no way back from it. They made the threat earlier, and they rang true on it. Praxis did indeed give Invictus the belt in our first matchup today.
They put so much pressure on Obi, and it looked like he wasn't going to be able to get it done. But unfortunately for Invictus, and fortunately for Obi, was able to sort of split off the 2 survivors. We had we had Pedro and Nightlight at the gate. Good Oni, one of the best Moris in the game here. We had them at the gate, and Rocket was trying to wait out to get the hatch and wait out Obi's power, but gets spotted in power, gets downed, and that is going to be the first win. Praxis takes it. Praxis takes it, takes the Oni set, takes the ghoul from Invictus. What a fantastic, fantastic matchup. Thank you to both teams for, cracking the champagne, starting us off. What a great first match here for the LAN.
I really hope Silly gets the belt out again. That was hilarious. But no, it was amazing, and the individual survivor performances were absolutely sublime from the Praxis members. That was the thing that set them over the edge. We were talking so much coming into this about Invictus, about how good the Invictus survivor side is. I don't think we were quite ready to discuss Praxis on that level. I was saying things like they're good individual pieces, but they don't necessarily mesh well together, right? They proved us completely wrong there. A very well-earned win against a very tough Invictus roster. They didn't make this easy. They didn't make this, they didn't let this be particularly one-sided, right?
This felt like a final. This was fantastic. Mm-hmm. It was absolutely fantastic. Great play by everybody. But we're gonna go kick it down to Will down in the actual game room, and we got some player interviews coming up right away. So take it away, Will.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Sile on the stage. First of all, congratulations on an exciting win. It was a nail-biter through and through. It took right up until the very last moments. What gave you the edge over Invictus?
Gave us the edge. I mean, I think all of us are just, we really want to win, you know what I mean? And what gave us the edge? This is our home turf, 12 MS. All of us 12 MS. Oh, sorry. And they're on 60 MS, so maybe it's a bit of an advantage. But I think it was really close, and I think we just pushed right through. Just threaded the needle, got the job done, and yeah, that's it.
Honestly, couldn't have said it better myself. It was a very close match, and like you said, you threaded the needle. With that, we are going to be going to a quick break, get some refreshments. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DBD League LAN. My name is Pryon, and it is such an honor to be here in Germany with you all today. I'm joined here by my co-caster, Emmy. How are you doing, Emmy?
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic. The LAN has been so much fun so far. We've been down with the crowd, of course, watching Invictus versus Praxis. What a game that was. Really fun to see all the players in the flesh, the crowd cheering, and the fan interactions. How are you liking it so far?
It's been surreal to be here. Watching DBD in person and being able to cast it as well. It feels like all of the years that I've been doing this with DBD League have culminated at this moment. And I mean, we have already had some amazing gameplay today between teams Invictus and Praxis. I mean, what a way to start, right? And we're not going to be slowing down at all with this next matchup. It's going to be a fan favorite team, Elysium. I mean, no weaker than the teams before them. And then also, I mean, a team composed of players who just won Season 11 of DBD League. It's going to be the team from NA, USA.
Yeah, two absolutely fantastic teams that have been doing some IRL shenanigans together. You've probably all been following Pep's stream and stuff, so really fun to see these players interact with each other, forming friendships over the hobby we all share with such great passion. And yeah, definitely some banter already. We saw some spicy pregame talk from Invictus and Praxis. We've seen the crowd and the players already bantering themselves too. And if we're looking at this matchup, of course, you just brought it up, a couple of players on that NA roster have just won Season 11 of DBD League, but Elysium have not been too far behind, right? They barely scraped past the trophy, losing out to X9 in the finals, and I'm sure they'll be here with a vengeance at the LAN, and of course, everybody's here to have fun. So if you could make any predictions, I think it would be very hard, right? Because not the full rosters are here. Something you brought up earlier, jet lag, that's been hitting you a little bit. Want to talk about that?
Yeah, so I mean, as most of you know, I'm an American, one of the few Americans to cast DBD League, always waking up at weird times for the time zones. And yes, I did arrive in Germany at 5:45 a.m. this morning. I haven't slept in almost a day, and it's been great. So the exact same process has gone on for Team USA here. They've been not having good sleep. I mean, can you blame them? First time ever coming to Europe for a Dead by Daylight event. Meeting up with all of the friends that you've known for so long online, and it's just such a great event here. But you got to wonder whether that jet lag is going to be hitting them in this match.
Yeah, hanging out in Amsterdam. What a beautiful city that is. Now we're, of course, in Osnabrück. It is very, very hot. Luckily, the venue is well. It does have an AC everywhere. It's nice and cool everywhere, but the mood might be running hot in the match very soon. Players are getting ready for the picks and ban phase and are just already comfortably on the stage. And one thing we saw just earlier in Invictus versus Praxis with the Oni match, we want to talk about ping, because some of those hits that were or were not connecting in those M1 chases were devious, and if you're playing on Frankfurt servers, you're used to that, but for these players, it might be something they have to get used to first.
Yeah, and I mean, when you approach an event like this, you have to keep in mind that some of these North American players, they've never faced these European players on low ping before. It's just accepted that most of these matches are played on 100 to 130 ping when it's cross-regional like this. So when you cut that down to 15, it significantly changes the gameplay. As we saw in the earlier matchup between Invictus and Praxis, I mean, we saw ghouls and blights going multiple minutes without a down. Just incredible chases on maps like Suffocation Pit, and it's clearly very different for these players. They're going to have to adjust, and I think who does that better is going to be who sets the tone in this match.
Yeah, we were also talking to the teams about chase perk. Maybe you want to get rid of those quad slowdown perks. Maybe you want to bring the bamboozle, bring maybe the brutal strength if you're playing something like Oni, like Wesker, that we could very well see in these sets here, just to get a little bit of a heads up when it comes to these low ping scenarios, because all of a sudden the hits you would usually get might not connect. And of course at the LAN with you just being here in person. Stakes are higher, nerfs are in play. You have a crowd that's been absolutely fantastic so far, and we just saw on the player camps, Team NA already having a lot of fun with it. And yeah, Team Elysium, the last team to arrive at the LAN, except for Team Eclipse. So very happy to see them here as well. Zaka has been here for a while already, touring Amsterdam with the NA players, and it's been so fun watching these players just interact with each other. Yeah, and the friendships, like you said, that formed online just happening in real life. It's so beautiful how this hobby is bringing all of us together.
Yeah, and I mean, even with everybody in the crowd as well, it's been so amazing to meet everybody and just be here in general. It's especially coming across the ocean. Like, I never thought anything like this would be possible when I joined the staff server 3.5 years ago to start casting as a brand new caster.
Yeah, I've not been here for this long, but it's, of course, an exceptional opportunity to just be here and cast the first ever DBD LAN. And so far, I really like the venue. It's a bit in the middle of nowhere, but hey, it's beautiful. The PCs are really nice. The players have lots of space upstairs. And yeah, the crowd is in a great mood.
Yeah, so we're going to be eventually getting into the picks and bans here, Emmy. I mean, we have a very wide pool of killers. So maybe we can't talk specifically about what the teams have been favoring yet, but I think the sets that we saw before in the Blight, Ghoul, and Oni, I mean, all very fast-paced, high-octane sets. There's not all of the killers in the pool are like that, though. There are some really interesting and slow-paced sets in there, like Plague, Ghostface, even Twins is in there. So I'm really curious to see, like, what do these teams favor when we get into the picks and bans?
I think it's going to be all comfort. You're out there in person. You want to play something that you're comfortable on. You don't want to throw the curveball this early at the LAN. You just want to get settled. You want to get you want to learn the environment. You want to feel things out. How does the ping affect us? How is everybody feeling? Maybe someone's got a bit of stage fright. Maybe you want to place the player as far away from the cameras as possible just to make them as comfortable as possible. And of course, you're not playing from the comfort of your own home, right? Your peripherals are going to be different. Players were able to bring their equipment, but of course, not all of them did. And yeah, it's just you're on the stage. You can hear the crowd. You can feel the energy. And you don't want to do something that you can get caught off guard with, right? You want to, like, if you're Momo, you want to pick Blight, but of course, if you're Elysium, you want to ban Blight against Momo. So I think we might just find ourselves seeing something like Oni Mastermind, just something really safe, something that people know and love and are comfortable on.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, when you're in an unfamiliar environment, you want to go back to what you know. Things that both teams might be comfortable on. But I mean, there's also those picks, as you said, like these teams have specialist killer players like Momo on the Blight. And I think we're going to see those probably targeted with bans. But another thing is, if you target down the specialist killer players, and I mean, those people are playing like much loved sets like Blight, then there might be some more interesting picks sneaking through there, like the Ghostface or the Twins. You might not have enough bans for things like that if you're using it all to target players like Momo.
That is true, but I don't think we just quite have enough specialty killers for that here, right? I feel, especially in the last years of comps development, people have just been so incredibly good at just picking up every single killer, right? Even a killer like Twins that's been so niche. Zaka picks it and can play it, and then Nightlight for Team Invictus can also play it, right? Just to throw an example from the DBD League season. So you're not going to catch the players completely off guard because just everything's been explored at this highest level of competition. But I think you don't want indoors just because communication is going to be very affected on the stage. It's just a whole different vibe. There's always going to be some noise coming through, right? Even though the players do have noise cancelling headphones, and as the casters won't be audible for them. So I think we're going to see a lot of chase-oriented sets.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would really like to see an indoor map and just see how the ping kind of affects that. I think I agree with you, though, Emmy, that these teams are going to shy away from it. Unless somebody goes for a first pick, which I'm not sure if these teams are bold enough to do that.
I would love to see it, right? I think we are both artist enthusiasts. That would be really fun. We know that Team Elysium has a couple of great artist players, and Momo no slouch on the artist either. But yeah, of course, we're not quite there at the picks and bans just yet. So I just want to give a shout out to the crowd, because y'all have been so amazing. Y'all have been so fun. Everybody cheering, and some of you booing for your favorite or least favorite team, for your friends, for your idols. And yeah, keep up the great energy down there.
All right. Well, and I also want to give a quick thank you to all of the supporters and everybody who subscribes to the DBD League channel. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Again, it's so surreal to be here. So, Emmy and I are going to quickly sign off. We're going to throw it down to an interview downstairs between the players, so we will be right back.
Thank you very much, Emmy and Brian, for the wonderful work, as per usual. And welcome, everyone, to the LAN hall. You might have seen a little bit of it, but hopefully we can get ourselves a lovely, decent view. We have a fantastic community here. We have a fantastic crowd, a beautiful cameraman. Honestly, it's amazing to be here. And I am joined by a member of the community here who is willing to maybe win himself a Steam gift card or some Dead by Daylight DLC. What's your name, brother?
My name is Saven. Hello. My name is Saven. Hello.
Okay, pleasure to meet you. What brings you? So, obviously, you're here at the DBD League LAN. How long have you been following along? Awesome. How long have you been following along with competitive Dead by Daylight?
I would say for about 2 years now.
2 years. Okay, 2 years. And what's your sort of favorite thing? What got you into the community, would you say?
Just seeing the level of play that is possible if you have good players working together. That's always something I find really interesting to see, like what is the ceiling of the game? Where can you go?
Yeah, I think that's a thing that a lot of people have, myself included, right? Dead by Daylight's such a kind of bizarre, unique game, and it's like, how do we limit test it? How do we try and get these, how do we push it to the best as possible, right? Is there a particular team that you're rooting for over here?
I mean, the team I started watching from the beginning, Invictus, they are the goats.
So you're not feeling good about what happened earlier, no?
I mean, they love the lower bracket run, so I'm confident that we will see more.
You're not wrong. You raise a good point, my friend. All right. How do you say your DBD knowledge is, my friend?
I would say pretty decent.
Pretty decent. Okay.
Yeah, I've got a few hours.
Okay, you got a few hours. Okay, well that's some compelling stuff right there. So, we're going to hit you with a quick little trivia question. If you get this correct, and you get, I believe it's a €5 Steam gift card or some Dead by Daylight DLC. Feeling confident?
Yes, of course.
Okay, right. I didn't say that all these questions would be easy, so just give me one moment to get the questions off my phone. We have a couple of them typed out. All right. Starting off with a softball. You ready? Yes. Obviously, get this right. It's that simple. Get this right, and you win. What was the name of the survivor that released alongside the Blight?
That is Felix Richter.
That is Felix Richter. Thank you very much. You have just won yourself some Steam credit. How are we feeling?
Pretty good. Always nice.
Perfect. Thanks so much for joining me for the interview. Obviously, congratulations on your prize. When this is done, we'll take your Discord details and we'll get them to you. But thank you so much. Hope you enjoy your time here at the venue.
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks, brother. Cheers. Obviously, there's a lot to do at this venue. As we say, it's a wonderful place. There's the outside area with the table tennis. There's the inside area with all of the players, the arcade machines. It's such a fantastic place to be. We've got our players currently setting up for Team USA versus Team Elysium, which will be our final matchup of the day. Should prove to be an absolute banger as well. Honestly, I think I was feeling in a generous mood. I think there was one more person. Hey, brother over here. I think we were willing to give one more person a try. What is your name, my friend?
My name is Leonard.
Leonard, okay. And Leonard, what brings you here today?
I'm just here because I love competitive. I've started watching like 3 years ago, 3 years ago, and it just keep me going through everything, uni, problems, whatever, and I've just keep watching, and I'm excited to be here. Since I heard of it, I had to write everyone I know and just say, no matter what happens, I'm here.
You traveling with friends, family, anyone like that?
I'm by myself. Okay. I'm just sleeping with a friend 2 hours from here. Nice. So I don't pay for that because I'm still a student. So it only was enough for the event, awesome. But everything worth it.
And what would you say sort of got you into the competitive scene, competitive DBD?
Probably YouTube. Just after I started consuming some Dead by Daylight content, I met Hans on YouTube and Otstava, and somehow through the Hans content I got in connection with competitive. I think it was when Eternal faced the Skull Merchant meta main. It was a perfect video. I watch it every few months again, and I've just loved the players, loved the callouts and the gameplay, and just had to look into it.
You mentioned the Team Eternal 3-gen instant. I think everyone wants to forget about that a little bit. Was there?
They broke it.
You say we. Was there a specific team that you were here rooting for today?
I've known Eternal first, and I had to follow them because that's the first team I saw. And player-wise, the most sympathetic one I connected with the most is Nightlight. So I followed him first and watched him. So I always kind of stayed in this journey, and then I'm obviously here for the Invictus team.
I mean, absolutely. Are you also a believer in their lower bracket run, their potential?
I'm always open for their comebacks. I see them coming back every time, and I say it's not unusual that they go into lower bracket and come back. That's happened a few times now, so I'm pretty confident they can pull it back. But I'm not rooting any team out. We had season 11 with a sane roster, no team falling behind or getting ahead. So I'm just happy to see whatever happens, and I wouldn't be complaining if any of the teams win. Everyone deserves it. So, but my heart still lays with Invictus, and I see them climbing their way back through the grand final.
Okay, wow, that's a whole lot of confidence coming out from the Invictus fan base. Some call them deluded, but you know that's not me. That's not me. I love the jewelry, by the way. We got the rings, we got this bracelet. That's so cool,
I'm
bro.
still waiting for bracelet. I know someone has one.
And also, the 2026
Yes,
DVD League LAN wristband.
That's gonna take on. I've worn this since 5th grade, so since like 2012. I've never taken it off since it rips off, and it's nearly so.
Now you're never taking the
No, I'm taking never this off. No,
absolutely.
it stays.
The money will be wired to your account shortly. No, all right. How would you say your level of knowledge is?
My level of knowledge, I think it's pretty good in general sense, not in the releases and stuff. The lore, not really good. I'm really shaky on that. But I know my way around. I consume pretty much content, stuff. I watch everything and stuff. So I have a pretty general knowledge. I have 1,700 hours.
Okay.
And I'm always keeping up with what happens, but not too closely.
Absolutely. Well, in that case, you say your knowledge is good. This could be an evil question. I'm so sorry in case it is, but it's an opportunity to win money.
If it is, it is.
All right. Including the new killer on the PTB, Judgment, how many killers are there in the game?
Okay, that's tough. I would guess them to be above the 50 range, but they have to be a basically complete guess. I would say about 56 killers.
Final answer?
Yes.
Unfortunately, my friend, quite off the mark. 44.
Oh, it's still in the 40 marks. I thought is Survivor in the 50 marks?
I think that's where you got confused. I think Survivor's in the 50 marks. Obviously, sorry to you, brother. It's fine. I'll buy you a pint. I'll make it up to you. Don't you worry. Okay. Pleasure meeting you. Have a wonderful rest of your day, man.
You too.
Pleasure.
Bye, Chad.
Yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good time here. It's a fantastic venue. It's a fantastic place to be. It seems like the players actually, they're lining up. It seems like they're really about ready to go. We'll be doing more giveaways throughout the event, both at the venue and on Twitch. And of course, you'll get a lot of notice about that. Make sure to tune in to every single day for the best content that we have at LAN available. It's a fantastic environment. We're going to send it right back up to our very wonderful, very capable, very handsome casters, Brian and Emmy.
Thank you so much, Egder. Great to be back after those fun giveaways and trivia that I might have helped test. I did get the killer question correct. But yeah, so much fun to be here, right? We're almost getting ready for the teams to be sent in now, and we'll get that nice little segment where the teams can stand across from each other and say a few words. And I think that's that's really going to give us kind of like the idea of how this match is going to go.
Who do you think had the better trash talk? Was it Praxis or was it Invictus?
I really think it was Invictus. I mean, what Pedro said, he's like, I'm going to keep it calm and respectful, but put DS on V1. Simple, effective.
I mean, Silly with the belt, come on, you gotta give him some props for that. So hopefully, I know the NA side is definitely very happy when it comes to Trash Talk, and I wanna know if maybe some of the Praxis players, maybe if V1 gets his revenge, if he's in the crowd, since there were definitely some boos coming from a couple of NA friends of his. So that whole interaction is gonna be so much fun. Shout out to the absolute legends who just took part in the quiz and walked away with a couple of prizes. Well done. We are going to have the player walk in now, so give it up for the players.
Thank you, Emmy and Brian. And before the players, we're going to have me. We just had a banger of a matchup on, ladies and gentlemen, and we plan to have another one. Team USA versus Team Elysium. They are two of the best teams that we have in the world. We have one representing the entire nation of the USA. So why not, crowd? Let's give them a little bit of energy. Please welcome to the stage Team USA. All right. And of course, we welcome the man, myth, the legend himself, Peps, to the stage. Very handsome looking, very muscular man right here. Right, so obviously you saw how the last game went. Not a fantastic day at the office for Team Invictus. How about your opponents today? The entire country of the USA is resting on your backs. A lot of pressure. How are you feeling about Team Elysium?
Listen, I'm the coach, all right? I'm going to break it down. The X9 mental, I don't know if you've heard of it, it's going to be absolutely locked today. That's all you guys need to know. We're locked in, we're ready to go, and so excited to be here. Been here for about 4 days. The traveling's been a lot, but our energy's still high.
Okay, awesome. That's some words of confidence, some fighting words, obviously. Best of luck to you. But, of course, what would be Team USA without their opposition? Please welcome to the stage Team Elysium. Okay, all right. Zaka, man, myth, legend. First of all, welcome to the event. It's a pleasure to have you. Of course, you have some very tough opponents here, looking you dead in the eyes. No, you don't think so. How do you feel about this team?
What?
How do you feel about these opponents?
Light work.
Not much more need to be said than that. We'll let the players go and set up and get ready. Thank you so much for joining us. Team USA versus Team Elysium to close things off here at the first ever DBD League LAN event. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll send it back to Emmy and Brian to do our picks and bans.
Thank you so much, Edgar. We are back here awaiting the beginning of the picks and bans. Emmy, I mean, these picks and bans, there's a lot of bans here. It's going to be a lot of strategy going back and forth between the teams. We're going to get the 2 picks very early on, but I think from there, it just becomes a game of crossing off the stuff that you don't want to play. And I personally think that when we get picks and bans, whether it's here at LAN or during the regular season online, what a team bans says a lot about how they want to play.
That is absolutely true. I do think Momo's Blight will be the first to go. I don't think there is particularly a Blight specialist on Team Elysium. But after that, I think everything's fair game. Of course, we do have all of the available killer picks on the screen for you right now. I think Zaka Spirit, Zaka Oni, very strong picks that you potentially want to get out of the way. But then again, for X9, it was Angels playing the Oni, so not too sure. Of course, Momo's Oni, really good, but having one of your main killers missing from the roster might change that a lot. How do you feel about the trash talk? I feel like NA, Team USA, keeping it very tame. Zaka, one word, light work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I wasn't expecting the clean and professional talk there from Team USA. But hey, I mean, Peps, he's the coach usually. So keeping it professional, I like it.
Yeah. I do know a thing or two about X9 Mental. So hopefully we're going to see the good side of the X9 Mental today as we are making our way into the picks and bats. Other and a notable, yeah, of course, the Blight gets taken off the table. Immediately, we called it Hillbilly ban by Team USA.
Yep, so Blight immediately taken off the table as Emmy predicted, and then the Hillbilly banned by Team USA. You do not want to see Elysium on that pick. Two extremely highly mobile killers that can do a lot of snowballing, very strong chase power. And it looks like it's going to be an Oni and Plague ban from the teams as well. So don't want to see a repeat of what happened in the last set, but the Plague being taken away also is very interesting because that's one of those much slower sets being taken off the table.
Yeah, and I'm definitely liking the pace that our teams are getting through these picks and bans with. This should be the first pick coming up now, I'm pretty sure. We do still have some very interesting killers in the pool. As I pointed out, Spirit could be a strong pick for Team Elysium. Twins, we've seen them play it in the regular season as well, if you want to throw a curveball and throw off the team a little bit. And I'm also keeping my eyes on the Artist. Maybe we can manifest that somehow. But stuff you want to take away, Doctor, absolutely miserable on low ping. And there we go, we pick the Doctor.
Yeah, it's going to be a first Doctor pick from Elysium, almost surely going to be Zaka playing that killer. It's something that Elysium has been very happy to pick in the online tournaments. So, but honestly though, picking it on low ping is a huge confidence thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I am quite a Doctor enjoyer myself. I do play at around 20 ping, and sometimes I find myself in Madness Tier 3 rather than the Survivors because of the swings that I'm missing. So lots of confidence coming through there, and now it is up to Team USA. Do you think there is any obvious pick here that they could go with?
Honestly, I'm not so sure that there is an obvious pick for them here. I think some of the comfort picks that Team USA might have, they're kind of trying to account for the effect that the extremely low ping would have on those comfort picks. So I think like we'd usually see something like maybe the Cenobite or the Nightmare coming out from USA. But I mean, the interactions that those killers have at pallets with like the snares and the hinders, it's going to be very different in this environment. So I'm kind of at a loss for what Team USA is going to pick here. But once we see it, we'll know a little bit about what they're thinking.
Yeah, Mastermind and Cenobite, from probably the most prominent Wispy killers in the pool right now. Unknown, always a killer that gets picked a lot, would be a lot of confidence, but that is also usually a killer for Angels. So I see Wraith, which also on low ping, definitely something that these players might not be used to. So everything's up for grabs right now. I'd be really surprised to see a Shape or Twins pick, of course. But hey, maybe you want to get an early advantage. Ghoul open, Artist open, Nurse open. Maybe you want to pick Nurse against Elysium, as Xeno is, of course, not here right now. But yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a Lich pick from either of these teams. I think that's a killer that can be very strong in chase and isn't necessarily as ping reliant. It's a killer that was banned out pretty early on in the last match, but this pick coming out from USA, I don't think either of these teams want to play the Ghoul though, Emmy, after what we saw in the last set.
Yeah, we saw two absolute powerhouses on the Ghoul going against each other, and none of them were able to secure 4K on a killer that is usually so lethal. And once you have a first chase that lasts just a little bit too long, all of your pressure can be gone so easily, especially on the Suffocation Pit rather than Ormond Lake Mine. I'd be very surprised to see Shape. We know that Shape is usually one of Elysium's pocket picks. But of course, they did go with the Doctor.
Yeah, and let's talk about that Doctor for a second. I mean, it's a set that the killer is not exactly extremely powerful. And okay, cutting myself off there, it's going to be Team USA selecting the Nurse. Very interesting here, actually something that you predicted a minute ago. And it's a very powerful pick. I think if any killer is going to just power through the change in environment and the live sort of audience and the nerves that come with that, I think it could be the Nurse.
Yeah, Nurse, of course, very basic macro play, right? You just die corner, you die far away from the 3-gen, so not a lot of chase time is to be expected. So maybe that is lowering the pressure that is being put on the killer, on the players for their pick as well. I've heard that the lunge can be very tricky on low ping. If you go for the second blink and the lunge afterwards, sometimes it's much shorter than you would think if you're usually on maybe 60 to 80 ping. Let's see how the players deal with that. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go back to that doctor set for a
Yeah.
little bit, because it's a really interesting one, requires a lot of teamwork, like maybe more so than other sets. And the fact that Elysium picked that there, not only is it telling us that they're extremely confident in Zaka's M1 killer play, regardless of the ping, they're also very seasoned in taking body blocks, because that's one of the most important things against the doctor. Difference between good and great teams, it's who is getting in the way of this killer and forcing multiple gen chases.
And it's always super important to keep track of perks like Save the Best for Last, right? Super popular on the Doctor because he's just lacking that chase power, of course, in the 4v1. He's very lethal in the 1v1, but as soon as you add teammates to the equations, once you add the body blocks, the chases can be so long. So we'll have to see the Obsession playing, actively taking hits for the teammate and for the Doctor to try their best to avoid them from doing that. Now, something I would really take off the table here would be the Spirit. Even though it's a LAN setting, and we've seen from previous LANs that Spirit is quite affected by crowd noises, I still think it's just safe to take that away from Zaka. He's been grinding the Spirit win streak like nobody else, and just pure confident on that killer.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you there, Emmy. Take that Spirit away from Zaka. Incredible Spirit player, and basically the guy who invented how to play Spirit with Shack Palette dropped. So, yeah, the Nurse pick here is really interesting to me specifically because in the Blight set last time, I was talking to the people around me about how important builds are. And builds in competitive Dead by Daylight get more and more important the stronger the killer is. We saw some really interesting mind games coming out from Invictus and Praxis regarding their builds. Specifically, we saw Lithe DS, but Deliverance on the same Survivor, shifting around those exhaustion perks, trying to mind game the killer into thinking that certain perks are on somebody that it's just not.
Yeah, I think we saw Silhey as well with DH, Delhi, Decisive Strike. And for the people, as we're flexing the mobile game on the USA side. And I'm not super familiar with what this particular USA roster plays on the killer side. Do you have some insight maybe?
Yeah, I believe it's going to be mostly Wispy playing the killer here, but if that Spirit sneaks through, that is one of Jaw's killers.
Yeah.
And I mean, just to talk about Jaw for a little bit, he's, for a long time, been one of the best competitive survivors in North America, but I say survivor. Only recently, I think in the last year, has he been really picking up killer duties for Team USA, and I mean, he's been taking to it very well, supporting his teammates like Angels, who couldn't be here, and Wispy, who takes the majority of the killer roster here. Having specialist killers like that, who are mostly on survivor, just to take the load off of your majority killer player is super important for a team.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the DVD League staff apparently nerfed the Jar killer pool. No Dark Lord, no Dredge, only the Spirit available here. So probably not the person we're gonna see on the killer side for USA, as we are getting into the nitty-gritty. The bans are taking a little longer. The first few ones came out fast. Teams definitely had an idea of what they wanted to pick, but now it's getting tougher. I would, like I said, ban away Shape if I'm Team USA. Elysium loves that set. They pick it a bunch. Ban Xenobite if you're Team Elysium. You also want to take away the artist, I feel, from Elysium, and maybe you can settle on something like Unknown Lich or maybe Mastermind.
Yeah, and I mean, personally, I'm biased. I would really like to see an artist game here at some point on the weekend, just because it's kind of my thing, but I won't take it personally if they ban it out. What I'd like to see here from Team USA is going for a chase killer that primarily relies on M2s. I'm thinking like the Unknown or potentially the Lich. Killers who are kind of spellcasters, can go for long shots, and have a lot of high potential to get very fast chases. But I mean, they're also killers. These are killers who have extreme variance in their results, right? Like, we've seen players like 4K3 on the Lich, but we've also seen 4 outs. And I think that makes for very exciting games, and I think it would lend itself really well to this tournament environment.
Yep, and again, it's just so different playing Lich on 12 ms rather than being on 140 ms when you're in a cross-ping matchup, because this time you will actually be able to react to the skeletons unless there is a beautiful spell cancel happening first. And of course, killers like Unknown, Lich, we talked about it, usually Angels killers. So we'll have to see. Lich leaving the Pigs and Bans pool. Unknown leaving as well. I assume...
they heard me.
Yeah, they're listening in. Wraith leaving. You don't want that on low ping. And...
yeah, so one more ban here from Team USA. That's going to be the Nightmare leaving. And it looks like we are down to the Artist, Cenobite, Ghoul, Mastermind, Shape, Spirit, and Twins. So just a few more rounds of bans here before we have our sets. It's going to be Doctor, Nurse, and then one undecided killer. So, I mean, starting off here in the Doctor set, it's going to be Elysium on the killer first, starting with Zaka. He's just very well known as, I mean, when I think of Zaka, I think of M1 killers, right?
Absolutely. Zaka always has been the M1 specialist for every team that he plays on. He talks about this on his stream. He was the M1 player for Eternal. He's the M1 player for Elysium, but he also does enjoy quite a bit of Nurse for the second set. So definitely not a blowout in draft just yet. I think I would be taking the Twins out of the equation here. I don't think you want to play that at LAN. It's just too communication heavy, and I would honestly be quite interested in seeing how the crowd and the noise, the energy affects the Spirit gameplay. And I'm a big Spirit enjoyer myself, as the Shape and the Ghoul leave the bans as well. Mastermind gone is a surprise for me, though.
Mastermind and Cenobite going to be leaving. We're down to only the Artist, the Spirit, and the Twins. I would agree with you there, Emmy. I think the Twins is a wild, wild card pick here. Something that would put a serious strain on the communication and teamwork of our teams here. And the Spirit and the Artist, I think, are probably more comfort picks for these teams, on the killer side, but also on the survivor side. They're killers that are very highly picked and competitive. I think last season the Artist was actually the most commonly picked set out of everything.
Yep, and Momo definitely an Artist player himself. Zaka has played a lot of Artist in the past for Team Nokron most frequently. But if we're handshaking on the Spirit, I've got to hear some noise from the crowd. That would be so much fun. We're coming down to the last 2 bans, and I think Artist is the most realistic outcome for a tiebreaker here.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put it past these teams either to agree on just making things crazy and going for the Twins.
Ooh.
Now, I don't know how that would work out for them, but it would certainly be a interesting result. Personally, I would like to see the Artist, but I'm not really sure what's going to happen here, Emmy.
Yeah, the last time we saw Elysium play the Twins, I think they 4K2'd Team Invictus, so very, very powerful pick for them, and it was Zaka on the killer. Meanwhile, Team USA, I have not seen on Twins recently. I think the last time was in All Hallows League last year, which had the funny Larry's iridescent cloth balancing with the undetectable Charlotte, so that was a lot of fun. But, of course, the balancing for the LAN is going to be a bit more standard. I don't know, it's Spirit gone.
Spirit's going to go away, and it's down to only the Twins and the Artist now. Any second, we should be getting that last ban. So these teams do not want to be affected by the crowd noise while they go for that Spirit phase. While we wait for this last ban here, and it's going to be the Twins.
There we go.
Artist is the tiebreaker killer. And I am very happy about that, personally, as an Artist main, and I hope we get to 3 sets here. But while we wait for these teams to go into the match here, Emmy, let's talk about the Nurse set for a little bit, because we've talked about the Doctor set. It's going to be a set which requires the survivors to get in close, take hits for each other, but that's going to be completely flipped on its head in the Nurse set, right? Like, the Nurse is a killer that not getting found at all is the best way to chase.
Yeah. once the nurse is on your trail, you won't last in chase. All that matters is where you die, because you're going to die. That is just the expected outcome of a chase with the nurse. So you want to make sure that you don't get found if you are the Deliverance player. You want to have the Decisive Strike player play a little bit more aggressive. And you want to make sure that all your players can get on gens at the same time once that first chase starts.
Yeah, and we see a lot of variety in the way that these teams approach nurse sets. Sometimes we see somebody breaking out into the middle of the map, immediately trying to take chase. Other times we see hard stealth at the beginning. And then as soon as somebody does get found, they're immediately doubling a gen in the middle of the map. I think like which gens are attacked here, especially in the nurse set, is going to be super important. I think it's more rare in like a weaker killer set like the Doctor that we end up down in a 3-gen.
Yep, and with the nurse, it's one of those sets where pros will tell you, yeah, it should always be outs, right? But sometimes they end up falling just short of the finish line, unable to break that usually topside 3-gen, and we're ending in a long, drawn-out 4K1. The balancing has been made a little bit more survivor-sided. Nurse has been given very, very little. So, yeah, and we've seen lower stages all throughout our regular season and the playoffs on sets, especially in the gold division. If you've been following that, we've seen like 2 stages, 3 stages versus Nurse, which was absolutely wild. But I'm sure that Nurse is one of the killers that is less affected by pings. So I would expect a expected result.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about expected results, if you ask the pros, they're going to say that everything is, 5 stages too fresh or something like that.
So easy.
Yeah, everything is easy. Even the dredge, that's a 4 out if you ask the pros.
Always.
Yeah, the dredge notably missing from the pool today. I think that's one of the most creative sets that we have on Midwich Elementary School. But maybe we'll see the indoor map Spirit carried on with the Ghostface sometime later. But I'm really happy with the sets that we got here today. A lot of variety between the first match and the second one, and I can't wait to see what we get here in this first set.
Yep, we have the super classic M1 chase, team-oriented, lower-tier killer in Doctor versus the highest of the highest S-tier killers, full macro gameplay. And then in the tiebreaker, we have another specialist M2 macro killer in the artist. So everybody is eating good today, especially the artist enjoys.
Yeah, and that's me. If we get to that artist set, I will do a deeper dive on what the macro and team play for that looks like, because it's just like you said, the macro is flipped on its head between the first and second set here. So this Doctor set, we're going to be really testing the team's communication in chase. Perks are going to matter a lot. Who's the obsession? Does the killer have save the best for last? Who's setting up a head-on play? Who's taking a body block? And when? And another thing with the Doctor, something that you might not often see, or really at all, if all you do is play Dead by Daylight at home, we're going to see players throwing pallets for each other in chase. Which is something that might look crazy to you at home. But it's a way that these players can creatively extend their chase against that shock therapy. When the person in chase gets locked out of throwing pallets or vaulting windows, that's why that somebody else will step in and throw down that wood.
Yeah, and Doctor is also one of the sets that really tests your pathing, because you have to be so creative in the way you loop objects rather than pallets. You always try to maximize your distance that you can make around a loop, because the Doctor will, of course, deny you from dropping that pallet. So if you just run to the pallet, try to drop it, get interrupted, you lose a ton of distance. And of course, the Doctor himself will want to try to mind game you that way, maybe faking a shock so that he slows himself down a little less and surprises you with that M1 hit tank. We've also seen the rise of Ruin in Doctor sets. I think that was pioneered by Wispy all the way back when it first rose to popularity. And I think the map Dead Sands definitely helps with that. Your Static Blast has so much range of the map that you are oftentimes able to interrupt survivors cleansing the totems. So if you're able to protect that, maybe get a hook towards the Ruin, that could be huge for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also important here for the Doctor is what anti-healing perks are we going to see, if at all, on the killer? We saw a lot of Forced Penance in the first set, and those weren't even M1 killers. We saw Forced Penance on the Ghoul on both sides. And it did come into play, but I don't think it ultimately mattered too much for how many stages the killers were getting. But I think in a set like Doctor, where on this low ping environment, it seems like the teams are much more content to take tons of body blocks against killers that they usually wouldn't on online tournaments, right? But now we're getting a killer where you do take tons of body blocks even online. I think Force Penance is probably a sure bet for killer.
Ooh, interesting call on that one. We did see it even on the Blight set last time, so very, very, very unconventional. Fast Penance used to be meta on Doctor along with Saloppy. That was back on Ratchetop, so ever so often you would see a Fast Penance. But ever since Rapid Brutality got released, it kind of fell out of favor. Just because if you're going for that rapid save the best for last combination, the hit tanker just does not make any distance, right? So you can easily just switch your chase to the person who just went for the hit tank rather than committing to the person you were originally chasing. So we'll have to see about that.
Yeah, and I think just an overall prediction for these sets, Emmy, like not necessarily who's going to win and who's going to lose, but I've been thinking that these sets are going very well for the survivors, right? Like, we are seeing killers that used to be a guaranteed 4K on online. We saw them getting 4 or 5 staged earlier in the match between Invictus and Praxis. And I don't think that's going to change here between Team USA and Elysium.
Yeah, and even on the Oni set that Praxis was able to win in the end, it came down to a hero find by Obi, just finding Rocket stealthing in a corner. Otherwise, there would have been even less stages. So definitely something we have to keep in mind. I do think that the nature of Dead Sands and its heavy RNG and sometimes its dead zones can make the stages a little bit higher, because once you play too aggressively against the Doctor, once the injuries start coming in, you have to juggle resetting, snapping out of madness, somehow still working generators and having a good chase. So maybe our players might get overwhelmed, and that way it could all snowball. But other than that, I would also expect very low stages, because low ping Doctor, it's a whole different beast.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing to go off of there is that it puts so much more stress on the killer player. Like, I feel like you could feel the nerves through the screen in the last match, right? Like, playing a killer that you know you should be 4King on, but you've got one stage with 2 gens left. I mean, and especially in front of a crowd as well, it's very different than it is online. So I think the killer players here specifically are going to have a lot of pressure on them in a set where, I mean, the killer is already weak to begin with.
Yeah, and this is where maybe the teams that are the fastest to adapt will be the most successful, right? We were listening in on the USA Survivor side for a bit, talking about maybe bringing some more chase perks just to deal with that ping. Of course, we're not going to see them on Nurse, but we might see some adaptation on the Doctor for sure. And the problem with the Dead Sands is just not every Dead Sands map is created equal, right? Some of them have 3 double pallets, others do not. And I think that's going to make a huge difference once the playing field is leveled when it comes to ping. Because all of these players, of course, are top tier.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, Dead Sands is a super unique map. It came out with the Ghoul, and it's like a alternate Wrecker's Yard, but on the Forsaken Boneyard realm. It came out with some very interesting new tiles, specifically some jungle gems that play very uniquely. There's one with a double pallet in the middle and then 2 weak windows on either side. That one's extremely interesting, in particular against the Doctor, because of like how short the shock therapy debuff is. Making pallets like that. And then you also mentioned the double pallets that came out with the All Things Wicked chapter on Greenville Square. Those are extremely strong for survivors. And if there's multiple of those in an area, the killer just kind of has to kick them.
Yeah, and they are so easy to play too, right? The meta for that double pallet, double window tile has just been pre-drop it as soon as you spawn in, which I find quite hilarious. And for the double pallet setup, the survivor drops one, loops the other for a bit, drops the second one, and the killer can no longer outplay it unless they really, really try. And if that attempt fails, they are wasting so much time. So most of the time, you will just see them break one of the 2 pallets immediately, and that makes the loop so much weaker for the survivors. And of course, it can't be reused because there's no window on that filler, just pallets.
Yeah, and you mentioned outplaying dropped filler pallets, and that makes me think about Bloodlust, right? the mechanic that we saw Bloodlust 3 on a Blight in the last match, which is absolutely insane. Mentioning Bloodlust makes me wonder, are we actually going to see Rapid Brutality? Do you want to have your Bloodlust removed on 15 ping?
Yeah, that's the fine print, right? Can no longer gain Bloodlust, so maybe we might see an adaptation of, for example, going save the best for last with Sloppy Butcher, or as you mentioned, the Forced Penance instead. I would really love to see that. And I do think the teams that are the most creative usually get themselves an advantage by that, and I would love to see it here at the LAN as well, because of course, you don't have the time to theory craft at home. You're getting thrown into this environment, it's all different, and we're getting thrown into the Forsaken Boneyard with Zaka on the killer. We're seeing no chase perks at all. Instead, we have Ruin, Undying, Pain Res, and Eruption.
Really interesting build here from Zaka. I mean, you and I were predicting chase perks. I don't see any of them anywhere. There's already a survivor here on the totem. That's going to be Haunt, interrupted there on that cleanse. Wants to get rid of that Ruin and Undying, but Zaka immediately checks it. Now in chase, going to one of these unique tiles with the double pallet and the window. Haunt back around to the window side. He should make the pallet here, and he's actually going to greet it. Going to take a hit and make distance towards the shack here. Haunt in the first chase. He's taken a first hit very interestingly, but he's going to make shack here. Should have the pallet or a teammate to throw it for him. And no, that's actually going to be Ja in here taking a hit for Haunt as he runs towards this filler pallet. He's holding W. Gonna get the pallet throw off there, and Zaka is forced to swap targets over to Ja. Should be looking for a fast heal here onto Haunt is Team USA, and that's going to be Ja taking a hit as well. Preloading the shock there is Zaka, wanting to lock him out of any actions as 2 hits so far for Zaka.
Yeah, you called it beautifully in the pregame talk, dropping the Shack Pallet for your teammate. We see Gremlin Haunt cleansing the second totem of the trial, and Zaka is left with only 2 pugs remaining. Good progress onto this generator. We see Wispy on the Steve as well, with the generator at roughly 75%. But no down, of course, no stacks of save the best for last, and Zaka is still looking for a chase he can take. Finds Haunt again, has a pallet gym to play, and this is where the pathing comes into play. You're getting denied the pallet, but Haunt just goes down, does not path around the pallet at all, takes a fast down, and this is going to be the first hook for Zaka for 1 popped generator.
And that was a great mind game there from Zaka on that pallet jam. I feel like that's not how you would play it online. Zaka already seeming to adapt to this tournament environment, got his first hook on Haunt, but all of his totems are gone. He planned for that, and it was able to buy him some time at 5 gens. But with only the Eruption and the Pain Resonance now and no chase perks, Zaka is not going to be ramping towards being stronger in the late game like some of the doctors that we used to see.
Yeah, Eruption being a very, very uncommon perk used on the Doctor here, so Zaka is going to have that additional slowdown, and we'll see how the Bloodlust might come into play. Finds a chase onto Ja, who gets the pallet drop, but unfortunately gets caught off guard here. Just takes the tag on the edge map and has to run back to a resource. Of course, no Rapid Brutality in play, no save the best for last, so Ja makes a lot of distance for himself, but Zaka is happy to just take the tag, go back to his hook and get pressure that way. Momo rotating for the pull here. Can Zaka get a body block? Momo on the Nia trying to sneak past our Doctor, but Zaka very, very wide first shock coming through. You can shock the survivor 3 times before they become immune, and the body block is looking great for Zaka here. Can he camp Haunt into stage 2 successfully? Yes, he can. Well played by the Elysium killer player, and Momo still has to trade for this or just leave.
Incredible work there by Zaka, as you called it, and this is big trouble for Team USA. Haunt, second stage already, and Momo, he's not going to trade Emmy. He takes the injury and runs away from the hook. I actually think this is a smart play from Team USA. If you take Haunt off the hook right there, it's making a bad situation even worse. Now that you've made the mistake of letting him go to second stage, you need to take as much time as you can off of that second hook stage to try to just, I don't know, stop the bleeding here if you're Team USA.
A great static blast by Zaka there, showing him the survivor's location. Literally sees everybody on the map. And now Wispy, can we get the body block again? Zaka has shown it in the past, and with the drop pallet this is even easier to body block. We might have to let Haunt die here at 2 generators remaining. This is looking so good for Zaka. Wispy with the vault. Haunt with the missed skill check. Jazz there goes down, but Haunt dies on the hook. Absolute disaster for Team USA. Wispy winning a couple of 50s here, but it's not going to be enough.
And that was the right idea there from Team USA. Ja did need to come in and take that hit, but it was just at the wrong time. You can't blame him for that timing, as Wispy still had the residual shock therapy effect on him. That's why he couldn't get the unhook at the last second. And that's going to be Haunt dead at 2 gens. Ja on the ground, 2 injured here for Team USA. And this is an extremely strong position for Zaka. Gets the shock there on Wispy, now playing the short side of the pallet. Wispy gets the drop, but he's going to lose the vault as he's going to go down there. And Ja picked up in the distance by Momo, but it's going to be a 4th hook now for Zaka, and this is much more than you would have liked to give a doctor already.
The only saving grace here was that Haunt died without giving a single, without using up the pain resonance. So, hey, always look at the bright side, but it is looking super good for Zaka here. Again, sees all of the survivors. We're spamming some noise notifications on the dropped Paladin. Momo wanting the attention of the killer here. Can he make the chase last? Has this dropped filler, but immediately vaults into Zaka and gets punished.
Yeah, and that's going to be the pickup there onto Momo, and Zaka here, he doesn't even need to use the pain resonance on Momo. That is how far ahead he is in this match. Maybe some nerves coming out for Team USA on the survivor side so far, but Zaka, I mean, he's here to take advantage of it. He's got so many stages with 2 gens remaining, the pain resonance and the eruption still almost fully available, and we're seeing Zaka not punished at all for his lack of chase perks. And I mean, that's exactly how you capitalize on a build like this, is playing around hooks when you're given the opportunity.
Yeah, we were expecting low stages, but Zaka making it happen. Wispy, very smart play to leave the tile there, not playing any 50s, is able to get the drop on this pallet. Leaves again, has another tile to play. Shock connects from Zaka. This is the tile that we were talking about. Let's see how we play it on super low ping, because that does make it a little safer. Does not drop the pallet here. Has the window, but just playing it very, very patiently and making it so hard for Zaka to connect the swim, but he does finally down Wispy. This gen is at roughly 50%. Ja has been reset, Momo still injured, but it's looking so good for Zaka. This was a stack generator. This is all of their progress.
Yeah, and it looks like Team USA is trying to kind of stop the bleeding by doubling a gen, getting down to a passable 4K1 win condition. And that was a great chase from Wispy, buying some time there. Able to connect a few tiles together, and that's what you need in this situation if you're Team USA. Situations like this where you've lost someone too early, this is what separates the good teams from the great ones. Team USA really needs to make something out of nothing here in these chases, and it's going to be Momo in chase next at the TL wall. Zaka checking the check spot there, gonna get shocked up and run towards the T section of the wall. Momo should have distance to the window, but he's gonna get shocked up again, and this should be a down for Zaka. Momo resigned to his fate. He's gonna go down near the edge map. It's not gonna be a kill, but this is just another stage here for Zaka. I mean, anything more than this, Zaka should be super happy with this result. And interestingly enough, boil over on Momo there, making it a little bit harder to get to the hook, but it's still going to come through. Another pain resonance for Zaka, zeroing out the progress that Team USA had on that generator, and Wispy immediately going to be found again. He is healthy though, so potential for Wispy to have a huge chase here.
Yeah, and they're going to need a huge chase because Team USA has been prioritizing these resets like crazy. Again, no gen proc, Wispy on Death Hook. This chase has to count. We can no longer play altruistically. The resources are running thin. It's Jad is stacking, sitting a generator here, letting Momo potentially die. Tag comes through onto Wispy. Zaka is going to commit No, he is not. Maybe he is. He wants to play for the 4K2, but he knows that Ja is working a generator in the distance. But let's be honest, Zaka is probably happy with the 4K1 as well.
Yeah, and I mean, if Zaka makes a play here that suggests he's not happy with the 4K1, I would say that's a little bit greedy from Elysium. You're already like having your cake and eating it too here with this result. As long as he can get Wispy downed, Ja finishing the gen in the distance, Momo about to die on hook as Wispy with some amazing pathing here, making distance away from Zaka. He's got Shack, he's got tiles, and Momo's gonna die here, but Team USA isn't out of this yet.
Yeah, amazing chase by Wispy. NA's last hope is going to die in the corner here. But you gotta give it to Zaka. This was incredible. Lost 2 of his pucks so early into the game. But then the body blocks were just too much for Team USA to deal with. And now Ja, the last survivor standing, offering himself up to the killer. GG and well played.
Yeah, extremely well played by Zaka. I mean, Emmy, let's break down a little bit here. Like, what happened with that unhook? We had a dropped pallet and a hook with 2 rocks on either side of it. And I think what needed to happen there from Team USA is they needed to identify earlier that, hey, he can perfectly body block this hook. We need 2 people.
Yeah, especially against a killer like Doctor, right? Doctor can not only body block you, but he can also use his power to deny you the unhook prompt for a couple of seconds. Like I mentioned earlier, it is only able to do that 3 times in a row. Then the survivor gets immunity against the shock and is able to unhook. So thank you, behavior. But in that situation, I think Momo, when he had the prompt, he just moved a little bit away and Zaka just capitalized on that so much.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly the type of play that you need to get a high stages 4K result on a weaker killer like the Doctor, right? Because if you play that normally, just take your chases, maybe go for a tunnel out, you're not going to get that on Doctor against players of this caliber. It takes a wild card play like that, being able to protect a hook, body block survivors, and have somebody potentially dead way earlier than they would be to get a result like that on Doctor.
And then we have to think about the second time they tried to go for the pull as well, and where they threw in the injured Jar, trying to take the down so that that Wispy could still get it. Unfortunately, that also didn't work out. And at that point, they were just scrambling. And I think going from that game state to a 4K1 is pretty impressive, but it's even more impressive of a result on the killer side, in my opinion.
Yeah, they were definitely able to salvage it, Team USA was. It was looking like it was going to be a 4K with significantly more generators remaining. So good on them for getting 4 generators done. And I think in a set like this, it's really, it's a butterfly effect from every hit, you know? Ja got found going for the unhook initially, took a hit, and never got healed. As a result, Ja has to come in for a double save injured because they didn't heal, and suddenly the unhook is a lot more dangerous than they thought it was. So, I mean, just protecting yourself from giving over free hits, super important against these M1 killers.
Super important indeed. We saw some very good chases. We also saw Wispy winning a lot of 50s on the dropped pallet on this low of a ping. It can be very easy to do, but you can't get complacent. You can't get in the mindset of just always vaulting everything. And I do think that the survivors did a great job of shaking it up. So now Team USA is looking at a 4K to win condition. And the main difference I can see happening here would be perk value. If we don't bring something as volatile as Ruin and Dying, if we do bring 2 chase perks in addition to our 2 slowdown perks, that is one way that Wispy, I assume, will be able to get an advantage over Zaka. But of course, he will still have to clutch it out and do something exceptional to match this result.
Yeah, of course. And if we see a build with the Ruin, like you said, it's going to be all about protecting it early and getting a hook near it. We saw that Zaka's totems got cleansed instantly by Haunt. And I mean, Haunt was the one who died, but the perfect scenario here on Doctor, if you're going to bring a totem build, it's going to be that you get a hook near that Ruin and you can harass the other generators while protecting the hook, making that unhook painful for the survivors while their generators regress. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see a build like that from Team USA, because I really do think that's the high roll that they need to match this result.
And of course, maybe we can also see a faster down. I think Zaka was struggling quite a bit in the early game. Great survivor play, denying the first down by quite a bit. So that is also something that Team USA desperately wants, a faster down.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at the stats here that we have on the screen, I mean, just look at the average hook stages on Ja. 1.1 per game throughout the seasons that he's played of DBD League. I think he really is the linchpin of the survivor squad here for Team USA.
Yep, Ja has been super impressive to me ever since he burst onto the scene, making quite a splash. We all know about the Ja send at this point, and I do think that his play, that is survivor play, has been, people have caught on to how he plays a little bit, but he has evolved himself, right? He's no longer sending everything. He's playing more safe, and he's also taking on the role of the killer player for his teams. So a player that has been improving so much over the time. Okay, now this is the build you want to have when you need a high gens 4K. We've got Save the Best for Last, Sloppy Butcher, Rapid Brutality, and Ruin. It's all going to come down to whether this Ruin can get cleansed early or not, because if it stays up, Wispy could even slug with this build.
Yeah, this is an insane high roll build from Wispy. As you said, the Ruin has already been discovered with that first Static Blast. Wispy in chase here. He's got that Rapid Brutality and Save the Best for Last combo, but he's already starting chase on the Obsession Emmy, so not going to be as much value from that. Going for the shock there, Wispy gets a little bit mind game there on the pallet, but this should be a first hit. But he gets the stun instead. Zaka making that pallet there on the 4 lane, and that's going to be a really good first chase so far for Elysium, but Zaka, he's actually staying at this 4 lane Emmy, greeting this against Wispy with no pallet, goes for the fast vault and the fake there. Wispy falls for the fake, losing a little bit of distance, and Ja with the medium vault from Zaka, and Wispy swings at it as well. This is a perfect example of the low ping environment.
And we heard Wispy talk about the ping earlier, right? You cannot just swing at that. Nothing connects here. Zaka has been grinding ladder, and it shows. Great practice on all of these doctor sets, making it impossible for Wispy to get the first tag. It finally comes through, but we do make Shack. We made the drop. The first generator pops as well. Zaka gets it, can just send it to the perfect death spot as Wispy is still busy breaking the pallet. And of course, Elysium Survivor Squad here is going to be Doc, Noah, Pedro HZ, and Zaka, and Wispy gets a tag onto Doc, who's stuck around for a little bit longer. Second generator pops already. We do have 1 stack of Save the Best for Last so far, but that is not enough. Wispy needs so much more, and so far it's looking great for Team Elysium.
Yeah, this is going to be Doc here playing these double pallets. Wispy with the shock on it, and he's actually going to get the swing through there. Nicely done by Wispy. Perfectly timed shock, and that's going to be his first hook. It took quite a while, Emmy, but what we said about this build, I believe it still rings true. This could easily snowball out of control if Wispy is allowed to stack up that Save the Best for Last. And he's going to go for a basement hook here. Crucially, I believe Wispy still has his Ruin. So he does still have one of those big pieces to his build that can allow him to hold on to the generators.
It's gone.
Oh, it's gone.
The Ruin is no longer here, so Wispy cannot camp this hook. He needs to get more stacks of save, and he can't be idle, right? He needs to have fast chases as Team Elysium pulls Doc really quickly. I thought they might just sit generators, right? They're in such a dominant spot. Tag onto Zaka, which means we're down to 0 stacks again. But yeah, I think the right call would have just to give hang time and go for Gen proc. Doc still has the base BT, so just camps the pallet, gets the stun onto Wispy, and has to make this chase last. Now we only need 1 more gen, and that can be the win con for USA. But we've not seen Pedro, we've not seen Noah. They are busy working the gens. And another swing not connecting by Wispy there. So unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's going to be the down onto Doc again. He is somewhat close to a pallet, but not going to be any sort of save coming in for Team Elysium. Looks like they're going for heals instead, as Wispy carrying him over near the shack. I mean, the second hook onto Doc is definitely pretty good. He's able to get him near the most progressed generator as well. That's a really good game sense bit from Wispy, not going for the basement once again, and that's going to magnify the regression on that generator. So Wispy here, he's got his gens sort of in a row. There's a 3 or perhaps 4 gen here with only 2 gens left. Those are the only ones on the map. They're centered around Shack and the bottom side of this Dead Sands map. And Doc is hooked right in the middle of them next to the most progressed one. So there is an opportunity for Wispy to come back here if he can make this unhook painful and get the kill on Doc.
Yep, this is pretty much the scene of the crime that we had in the last game. Same hook position, but I think the map structure is a little bit different, making it more difficult for Wispy to body block there. Yeah, you can see there's definitely enough space for the survivor to squeeze in, and they can just work the shack as well as the most furthest gen here. So Elysium's still in a great spot, and if you've been paying attention to the HUD, you've seen that only the Tunnel Out and Zaka have been injured survivors this entire game. So really minimizing and min-maxing the altruism play. Yeah, beautifully timed unhook by Zaka there. We saw 3 interruptions from the shocks, but then on the 4th try, you can just get it for free. Dog on death hook, running into the active generator by the shack. But this should still be enough for Elysium.
Yep. Endurance gone here for Doc. He needs to last in this chase, and that's going to be a hit tank coming in from Noah. Most useful thing that the Madness Tier 3 survivor could be doing there, so great efficiency from Elysium. Generator is being worked by Pedro HZ in the distance. Doc going to be finally going down here, surely, as one more shock from Wispy should get him the distance, and that's going to be the kill on to Doc here. No one there for the pallet save, as that 4th generator is about to pop for Elysium. Pedro HZ finishing the job right now, and that is going to be the tie condition match for Team Elysium into the 3v1. This is quite the 3-gen for Wispy, isn't it?
Yeah, and even though you don't have a lot of regression, I still like this build a lot for the 3v1, because those resets are going to be so slow thanks to the Sloppy Vulture, maybe tempting the survivors to not reset at all. Zaka found has 2 pallets left waiting for him here. Can he get the drop on one of them? Good pathing so far. Wispy keeps shocking. Zaka keeps running, chooses not to drop the pallet there. I think he did have the chance to, but if you just path this tightly, this can almost be an infinite against the dog. You lose distance so much. Zaka gets the drop, emotes as well. Noah pops the last generator, and this is the win for Elysium.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a really tough situation for Wispy. He tried to make the best of it, but in the end, committing to the obsession on that double pallet was a bit of a mistake. But I mean, he was backed into a corner, right? Like, when you're a killer player and you've got a tough win condition like this, it makes you make plays that you wouldn't otherwise make. So seriously, still well played by Wispy, able to get that tunnel out in a bad situation. And looks like it is going to be outs now for Team Elysium. I mean, like I said, when you have to play for a win con like this, it makes you do risky plays.
Yep, absolutely. And again, Wispy had his back against the wall very early on. I think the Ruin even got cleansed during the first chase with Zaka on the 4 lane. So from that point onward, he already knew that it would be hard for him. So now it is ego chasing Zaka, who's been the bane of Wispy for so much of this trial. Can Zaka make it to the hatch? It spawns inside, and he does make it in there. Well played. What a great result for Elysium on their set. 4K1 to 3 stages.
Yeah, 3 stages there for Elysium's survivor side. Extremely well played. I mean, that's what we know that we're going to see from them, right? Extremely coordinated survivor play in these M1 killer sets, but that was their pick. So we're going to be going over to Team USA's pick next, and if you're a fan of Team USA, you'd think that we're going to see something very different there on the Nurse.
Yeah, I think Nurse can go either way here. I think in theory, it's just a less demanding set for the survivors, just because the death spots are so telegraphed, right? Everything else is just a bonus. If you're able to get that decisive strike off, if you're able to get the lithe afterwards, and somehow extend your tunnel out chase against the Nurse, that is all just a bonus. In the end, we're expecting some some very usual gameplay, right? Play for the death spot, play for the deli, play for the decisive strike, and just as in the doctor said, we're gonna need to see the exceptional to see a good result here.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, in the nurse set, like you said, where you die is the most important thing. There's still room in there to have a good chase against nurse if you can, if you have the right resources. Some of our players are really, really good at playing against the nurse, and one of the reasons why this killer is so loved by the competitive community, despite her overpowering strength in regular Dead by Daylight, is the way that she flips the normal chase on its head. Things on the maps in Dead by Daylight that you would ordinarily think are useless are some of the best objects that you can find against the nurse. It's a really interesting and rewarding way to chase that I think a lot of our most veteran competitive players truly enjoy.
Yep, you tried to play that edge map geometry, right? Whatever broken structure, whatever pillar or rock you find, you happily use that to break the line of sight in your chase against the nurse. Because if you die far away from anything on the map, you're dying in the right spot. If you're trying to loop something on the middle of the map, chances are that she's gonna drag you next to a highly progressed generator. And even though you mentioned the coordination from Team Elysium, you gotta point out that they're playing with a different squad here, right, compared to what we would usually see from them. We saw Noah on the team, and so far, he's fitting in super well. Zaka, of course, a very, very good IGL, very, very vocal, and in his opinion, could take almost any team into DVD League and make it a top team. So great confidence from one of our most veteran players there in their own ability. And that is what you need to keep competing at this top level.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this killer set for Team USA, I mean, they're looking to get the momentum back on their side, right? They just lost the Doctor set in a decisive fashion. And, I mean, when you go back into your pick, you need to set the tone here and tell Elysium, hey, that was a fluke. You need a good result here on the killer side if you're Team USA. Because if you come in here and you get 3 stages again, then team morale is through the floor, right? Like, it's setting up Elysium for an easy 2-0. You don't want to be putting your survivors in bad situations back to back. So it's got to be a mental reset. Treat every game like it's 0-0, and Team USA needs to come back out strong here.
Coach Peps talked about it, the X9 mental, and we will have to see Wispy bounce back, and I would definitely give him the edge on the nurse, right? Just much more practiced on that killer than Zaka is, because whenever Zaka is on a team, it seems like he has a great nurse player on that team to go along with him. Right now on Elysium, of course, he has Xeno. On Eternal, there was Nightlight, and on Praxis, I think it was Laser as well. So all of these super high caliber nurse players just make it so that Zaka does not have a ton of competitive practice, active practice on that killer itself. But of course, the years of competitive experience are gonna make up for that for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, going into this nurse set, I mean, I want to make it clear to chat, like, just how different this is going to be. It's going to be a lot slower. The individual decisions that survivors make are going to be so much more meaningful, especially with the ways that they use their perks. As we are into the match here, Wispy on the nurse for Team USA has to carry the team on his back here and get the momentum back in his favor. Already spotting a survivor there on the edge map. That's going to be Doc. Very aggressive blink there over towards the other side of the cold tower. Blink charged here for Wispy over towards the edge map rock, and he's going to get that first hit there. Dramaturgy used just before the hit came in by Doc. Going to get him a little bit of extra distance as he's pathing towards the edge map here. Into the corner as well. He's got a pallet, but it's not very strong. Blink's coming out from Wispy now, and he's actually going to hold that second one there. Faked out a little bit by Doc. Going to take an M1 though, and that's a relatively fast first down for Wispy.
Yep, but again, Doc extending the chase as much as he can. Pedro HC is close for the pull, stealthing on the Adam. And I really like the build that Doc is on. It's Dramaturgy, Iron Will, Deadheart, and made for this. And those 3% on low ping can make a ton of difference. So if Doc is able to hit the DH, or if Wispy decides to hit into the base kit Endurance, we might be seeing some unusual chases coming through. Scratch marks found. I do think those are those of Pedro, but the pull should still come through, and it's free. It's not a trade, it's not a tag, and Wispy decides to hit into the BT, and now the mate for this comes into play. Dog with the 3% speed boost. I think the HUD is a little wrong there. It is not 11.5%, and now Wispy has to try and find him. Iron will as well, messing with the nurse's ability to track the survivor and chase.
Yeah, that's diminishing returns there combined with the unhook speed. Now it's back down to the 3%. Doc in chase once again. He's got the speed from mate for this, but it's not going to matter. Goes down on the pallet. There's a survivor here, though. Wispy not picking up just yet. Sprint burst used by Zaka as he gets found on the tile. Wispy going to punish that attempt at a save. Nicely done by him there as the first gen is going to pop. Wispy laying down the eruption here, and this is a really strong position for him. He's got an eruption on the most progressed generator on the map, his potential tunnel out hooked nearby it, and I think this is exactly the type of strong start that we needed for Team USA. Wispy starting to already put the team on his back.
Yup, it's a 4-gen top, and unfortunately Doc dies right on the highest progress gen. Nice attempt there by Zaka to play for the pallet save, but another gen gets interrupted here. Only turn back the clock, but it's 2 injured survivors, and if you're not careful, Wispy might be able to snowball here. Takes the down onto Pedro HZ. Maybe that was plot twist coming through. We did not hear the scream of the survivor. For the people by Noah onto Doc, but Wispy sees Doc, so he can just continue where he left off and do the tunneling.
Yeah, Wispy here can't get distracted, needs to focus on his fundamentals and tunnel Doc out of this game. Getting that slug pressure on Pedro HZ, it actually was plot twist there as he gets up fully healed. So good heads up play by Pedro HZ as Wispy with a immediate first hit there onto Doc at the shack. Should have been somewhat of a strong area, but he's going to take the hit. Firecracker comes out, not going to land there onto Wispy, but it does cause him to hold that first blink. Wispy through the... And the Dead Hard comes out from Doc. Very nicely done, extending the chase even more. He's going to make Shack here with the haste from mate for this. Not going to pre-drop that pallet. Back to the corner, and Wispy with a perfect swing there on the blink, denying that pallet drop from Doc. And as long as there's nobody here, that should be a kill. Danger there for Wispy as he ate the Dead Hard and almost a Shack pallet stun. But in the clutch, he's able to get the kill here before Team Elysium can even get down to 3 gens done.
Wispy has been absolutely lethal on the nurse recently. Has improved so much on that killer, and I'm very impressed. He just doesn't miss. We have a topside generator popping now. That is Noah still injured from using the For the People. Of course, Pedro HZ able to reset with plot twist. Now Zaka and Noah meeting up behind the main building for a reset, but Wispy might have caught it. Sees 2 different scratch marks, sees Noah, and decides I can commit to this chase. I have eruption on my generator, and Noah sends it all the way to the comp corner. Nice juke here though. That should still be a down, however.
Yeah, that's going to be the down onto Noah there. Zaka and Pedro HZ not meeting up there as Zaka is healing himself with self-care botany knowledge there. Interesting perk choice from him as Pedro HZ is left to his own devices elsewhere on the map. But good heads-up play there from Wispy, finding the injured survivors, and he's going to get a hit there onto Pedro HZ as well as he finishes the gen. That's going to be down to 1 gen here for Team Elysium. Strong position for them, but I don't believe they have too much gen progress there. Wispy,
wow.
What a read there onto Pedro HZ. That was completely blind, and Wispy continues to be clutch on the nurse.
And he knows that plot twist is out of the equation, so Pedro HZ has no way of picking himself up. This is where the nurse 3v1 becomes truly terrifying. Once the slugging starts, of course the gen split is pretty good for our survivor side, but that does not matter if you always have to rotate across the entire map, play for pickups, play for resets, and somehow still work the gens. We find Noah immediately. He has been reset by Zaka, has the life to use as well, but can he survive? Decides to go upstairs here. Wispy a little lost, and for the first time his blink is not connecting.
Yeah, and that was a one blink attempt there from Wispy. He did not wait long enough to charge both, as really just going for everything there onto Noah, and he should be able to get this as well. Barely misses there. Over blink on the second one, as Pedro HZ and Zaka are able to fully reset on the other side of the map. And Emmy, I think we're going to have to strap in here. This might be a long one, as Noah goes down again, and it looks like Wispy is going to take the pickup here. So, I mean, if you're Wispy here, you want to get as much momentum for your team as humanly possible, and that means you need that 4K1. You don't want to let all the gens get done here. Make a good result for your survivor team.
Noah is the decisive strike player. Pedro HC has a good amount of progress on this bottom generator, and Zaka is rotating for the pick right now. But of course, Unbreakable also on Noah's build, and he is never going to get slugged. He has a huge target on his back because he is our Deathlock survivor. Great find by Wispy there. Finds Pedro HC stealthing, but cannot connect the tag here. Those lungers are just a little bit too short on a low ping. So Pedro HC buying a bit of precious time for Elysium.
And what a dodge there from Pedro HC. I don't know, did you see that at home? That little fake that Pedro did made Wispy second guess his second blink and gave him just enough distance to dodge the hit. As Wispy now dodging through him once again. Pedro HC staying alive at the shack towards the backside now. He's got the Deliverance charged. No plot twist available though, and Wispy gonna choose to leave this. He's back down towards the other side of the map now, searching for Zaka or Noah. That's gonna allow Pedro to get back on this gen that was originally hit by Turn Back the Clock. Wispy trying to make a read there on a survivor, possibly leaving the main building, and he's going to be able to find Zaka here. A fresh hook. He needs to be hitting his blinks here, spreading injuries, and Zaka, he's actually going to be left once again. Wispy trying to play it slow, get regression events on these generators, and he's even going to break this door to get more vision into the main building.
Really great call by Wispy there, abandoning the chase because he knows that even if he downs Pedro HC, he can of course not hook him. He could slug him, but then again, it would cost so much more time that he just does not have right now. Noah has done a great job stealthing, and if Wispy gets tags onto Zaka, Zaka can always just self-care botany in the corner and be safe. So both teams very much interested in slowing down this game a little bit. Wispy because he's scared of the gens popping, and the survivor side because their perks are so advantageous for them right now.
Yeah, and this is crunch time for Wispy here in these chases. The final gen is ticking down. Pedro HC going to be downed once again. Eruption is going to hit the main building generator as Wispy going to apply that Call of Brine to the bottom side gen again. Good skill checks notified on the main building generator from Call of Brine, and Wispy content to keep slugging Pedro HC. He knows that Deliverance is in play, doesn't want to deal with it, as he needs a hook stage here on one of these two other survivors, either the kill on Noah or the fresh hook on Zaka. And I guarantee you, that's Zaka rotating down the map for the heal, trying to keep his teammate up as long as possible, because the only way that Wispy can compound the pressure here is if Pedro HC stays slugged for a long time.
And those resets are coming through so fast thanks to the botany knowledge. I think Noah is also doing a fantastic job of just not being found right now, which is all he needs to do to deny Wispy so much pressure. Wispy has to bounce back and forth between the very bottom and the very top of the coal tower. And at some point, if he does not find Noah, he is going to lose. Sees a survivor dropping down. That is, of course, Zaka. And if Wispy can get a quick 2-tap here, he would be in a good position.
Yeah, misses the second blink there, just waited a little bit too long, as it was Noah rotating to the other side of the map for the reset. Zaka gonna take a hit here. This is important, a fresh hook, but it's not a kill. And we know that Noah and Pedro are going to be doubling a gen off on the other side of the map. Zaka back through the hook there. He's going to take a down. It's going to be Eruption onto the main building generator once again, but it's not going to hit the shack gen. That is going to be the final gen completed here for Team Elysium. Now Wispy in a tough spot. He's not exactly close to either of the doors, so this one should be opened relatively for free. But Wispy here, what do? You want to get that extra fresh hook, but you also want to hold on to what you have in Zaka, and this is not what you want. You don't want Noah here, the survivor with 2 hook stages on him, and that's going to be Wispy realizing that the other fresh hook must be going for the save. and it looks like they're actually not there. Smart play from Pedro HC, staying hidden. If anybody gets this save for Team Elysium, you want it to be Noah. So I would imagine they're going to play this very slow, reset Noah on the other side of the map, and then go for a save maybe right as Zaka is about to go second stage once they have a door ready to go.
I think you're just parking Noah on the exit gate because he's always free to open that because Wisby cannot commit. That is exactly what we're seeing here. And our survivors probably take this result because it's incredible. And yeah, we're going to see Pedro HC fresh out of the door. It's not incredible, don't get me wrong, but anytime you get a fresh out against a nurse, you're going to be happy with yourself, right? So 4 stages out the door. And something that you pointed out that was so crucial to how this game turned out was that Wisby only applied the call of Brian to that final bottom generator because Eruption was still on cooldown, which allowed Pedro HZ alongside Noah to pop that generator. So overall, we end up with 8 stages for fresh. Is that correct?
8 stages, 3 fresh.
So and that makes all the difference.
Yeah, that fresh hook does make all the difference. Honestly, a pretty good result for Wisby, all things considered. You would have liked to see him get the 4K there with how well he was able to get that tunnel out, right? But I think X9 can still be, or sorry, Team USA can still be happy with this. And it's a good result for their survivor side to fight for because, again, we're on this low ping environment and we saw it hurting there for Wisby. Some blinks that I think would have hit ended up not hitting, especially that little dodge that Pedro HC had near the shack. I mean, that's the difference between a survivor in chase just tapping the S key, and that causes Wisby to miss his blink. Just incredible play there from Team Elysium.
Yeah, it's the micro movements that make all the difference in the nurse set. And maybe we might even see Doc on the nurse here. I know Doc is a big nurse enjoyer. He used to play that killer for his teams in the past. So maybe the champion pool, the killer pool for Team Elysium is a little bit deeper than USA imagined, right? You're not going to have Zaka on every single killer. So very curious to see who is going to try and get the win con for them. Of course, we need 8-4. That is very doable in a nurse set, right? 9 stages also the win condition for you here. And overall, I think the big difference was, because it was looking like a 4K for such a long time, the big difference was just the stealth from Noah and the rotations on the pickups onto Pedro HZ that were so good by Team Elysium. And you were expecting Zaka to go for the rotations, but it was Noah who was picking up Pedro HZ over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was a calculated decision from Team Elysium because you saw that Zaka had self-care botany. So you want to leave him on his own, doing the gens. If he takes a tag, he can just run to the corner and self-care. So it's what we talked about before, right? The individual builds, the specific perks that survivors bring in these S-tier killer sets are so important. They radically changed the way that the survivors play, much more so than they would in any other killer set where, say, more perks are banned.
I would have loved to see more made for this value. Unfortunately, it did not come through. You could definitely see the idea there, but Wisby just on top, that down on the active generator on the left side of the map, that surprised me. And then, of course, the gen being interrupted, Zaka taking a tag, trying to play for the save. Overall, so many things went right for Wisby. And it was just the 3v1 that was just expertly played by Team Elysium to give them the advantage overall in the set.
Yeah, and it's almost like Team Elysium got stronger after their tunnel out died in the 3v1. Like, you can tell. Well, I'll explain it here. When you get into the 3v1, every hit, every chase, and every stealth becomes so much more important. Because with only 3 survivors on the map, if you go down, I mean, only one person can be working on a gen. And if one person is injured, then that gives the killer so much more information about who is coming to save and where. So the decisions that you make in the 3v1 of like when to stealth, where to stealth, how you communicate where the killer is going, everything becomes so much more crucial to like make those communications correctly. If somebody messes up and suddenly the killer is on you and you didn't know where the killer was, that is end of the game in the 3v1. Whereas in the 4v1, you can survive by having a good chase. But like when it comes down to it, Elysium's communication and teamwork was just incredible in the 3v1. And we saw that when the game sort of slowed down there and Wisby couldn't seem to find anything.
Yeah. What do you think do our USA survivors need to do to get themselves ahead in the set, to meet this win condition?
They need to have a really good first chase. And I mean, I know that's one of the least controversial things you can say about Comp DBD, but like, first of all, their first chase needs to be good. Set the tone at the beginning of the match, get the team morale up, die in the right spot. You cannot give a central to the map hook over here to Zaka. And it is going to be Zaka on the nurse here with the exact same build. Ja, Wispy, Haunt, and Momo here for Team USA, looking to send us to a Game 3. They cannot give over 8 stages for Fresh, and that's going to be Zaka finding Ja towards the bottom of the map here, and he's going to leave. Ja or just does not want to go for that chase, and he's going to see Wispy here on the Steve again. And Wispy, nowhere near the corrupt intervention gens. This should be a first chase here.
Very similar build to what we saw Dog run in the previous set, but this time we have Deja Vu instead of Iron Will, so a little bit less chase power, but still one of the two builds you want to be your fast chase. Zaka realizes, hey, committing for attack here takes a little too long for my liking. I'm going to try and find somebody who is out of position, and he does find Ja.
2 people there. There was 1 walking edge map.
Does he know? Yes, he does! And that is Momo, and he's stealthing for Deliverance. Even the stealthiest trenchcoat Ada does not escape Zaka's eyes. And now this might be a good death spot for Team USA, but it's not the right survivor. Can Momo make this chase last? Zaka playing it very patiently. Momo makes it around 1 more corner, has a bit of line of sight to work with, doubles back! It does not go down, the swing barely not connecting here, low ping working in Momo's advantage. Zaka needs this down.
Yeah, nice moves so far from Momo, but he needs to dodge more blinks here, and that's going to be the first down there for Zaka. First hook on the Deliverance survivor, but they are going to get a generator for it. Remember, Deliverance didn't even come into play last game for Elysium. Pedro HZ was slugged over and over again. And I mean, Zaka, he's not 100% sure that this is Deliverance, right? Because we saw Deliverance on all kinds of builds in the previous match. But this is still a really good start for Team Elysium. Zaka taking that Deliverance out of the equation. He's going to find Wispy here towards the main building. And the pre-running and communication becomes so important here for Team USA. If they give over any free hits whatsoever without having distance on the killer before chase starts, this is going to spiral out of control very quickly.
Yeah, and if Zaka is not 100% sure, I would say he is 99.9% sure, because obviously Ja and Wispy running across the map aggressively. Then he finds Momo, who was trying so hard to stealth, and Wispy is here to try and get the pull. Zaka hits Momo on hook, but Wispy still not able to get the pull here. Does not give an injury either just yet. Just it gives more time on the hook. The swing comes through, 2 blinks available. We do take the down onto Wispy. Do we play for the tunnel out onto Momo? I want to point out that this is a very conventional Deliverance build. Just Deliverance overcome plot twist and will make it so no forms of anti-tunnel, and Zaka is doing the right thing, committing Momo on this main building. Double back by Momo, locker juke as well, buying more precious time here, but this down is inevitable.
And that was a perfectly timed locker juke from Momo, able to get out of the M1 range as well, but now he's stuck at a filler pallet. Gonna go down there, but the generator that was nearby is popped. So nicely done by Team USA. They are still swimming here, but they're in trouble. They have to protect Momo. If they let Momo get killed at a high gen count here, that is going to be extremely stressful for Team USA. They need a plan to get him out of this and make sure that Zaka loses that tunnel out.
Yeah, we're going to need to see some for the people here, maybe even a bit of flashlight jukery just to somehow keep Momo in the trial. We did see the 3v1 at 2 gens in the last game as well, but there was just so much progress on the map. And with Ja and Wispy resetting there, Zaka knows that there's not a lot of progress. Also, his gen split is much better than what Team USA had to work with. No further people used. Maybe we use it after the down, after a vault, after something, because Momo needs help. Ja is still nearby, but Momo is just taking as much distance as possible. Dying in the right spot, Ja still playing for him. Are we going to die pallet? Are we trying for the further people? We take the tag onto Haunt here, and Momo makes more distance, but is still stuck behind that shack.
Yeah, a little bit of extra distance there for Momo, but that undetectable nurse is crawling ever closer towards Momo. He's going edge map. Got a little bit of edge map geometry here. He's going to dodge the blink. Nice moves there for Momo. He's back towards the window side of the shack. Has that edge map rock here. One of the strongest structures against the nurse. Zaka charging the blinks here. Momo not going to survive much longer. And we are down to 1 gen here for Team USA with a double heal coming through. And I'd say they weren't able to win the game off of Momo's chase, but they're at least still alive into the exact same situation that Team Elysium was in last game.
Yeah, absolutely huge buy. Momo buying so much time that he had no right to buy at all. And we did see the 3-gen broken, so completely mirrored generator state to our last game here. We find a jar on the edge map. If this is a 1 blink, that would be very, very good for Zaka. He uses 2 blinks onto Alara. Lithe still available, so Jar buying a lot of distance for himself. Haunt on the main building, but Zaka just wants to play it slow, play for injuries, and wants to capitalize on a survivor mistake rather than committing onto anything right now.
Yeah, and Zaka worried that Team USA was being greedy and doubling that main building gen, but he is incorrect in that guess. Wispy is already resetting Ja, and this is where that team play, that slow, crawling gameplay needs to come out from these survivors. And Ja interrupted there on the reset as well. Gonna be downed here, and that's gonna be a 4th hook for Zaka. He's able to correct his mistake there, go back, find the reset. Wispy unable to finish that heal, and that's gonna result in another hook for Zaka.
Yeah, finding that reset absolutely huge. Otherwise, he could have been punished for checking that main building quite heavily. Now we see Haunt working away at that upstairs generator. But Zaka has so many regression perks in his loadout. Very patient, waiting potentially for Wispy to go for a cheeky pull here. Can just kind of camp the hook as well as the generator. Does not get a tag onto Haunt. Great pathing there with the double back. But we're happily we're not going for Eruption Call of Brine and instead are going for Turn Back the Clock. That is very interesting. Nice tag onto Haunt. Maybe we're preserving our regression limits already.
Yeah, and that's going to be Haunt going towards the edge map here. 1 blink, 2 blinks there from Zaka, going to result in a quick chase onto Haunt. This is going to be the 5th hook stage here. Zaka inching closer and closer to that win condition as Wispy seems to be about 40% on a generator.
Yeah, Wispy on the gen, Ja already stealthing, no Iron Will on the Lara, but I think Zaka is not going to find him. Wait a second guessing himself there, but Ja still playing aggressively for the pull. No tag onto Wispy thanks to the dramaturgy.
Getting a toolbox there is Wispy.
And again, we're playing for the Turn Back the Clock rather than applying Pop and Call of Brine, or Eruption and Call of Brine. Wispy gets 2-tapped. Unfortunately, well played by Zaka, and now we have the hook on the active generator.
And not only is that on the most progressed generator, it is the 4th fresh hook for Zaka as well. So that win con getting ever closer for Team Elysium. Gonna take the hook in the middle of the map on Wispy. And that's going to be that 4th fresh hook here with a total of 6 stages for fresh. Only a couple more to go here for Zaka, and not a lot of gen progress for Team USA.
When we do see the scratch marks of Ja, we see Haunt back on the main building generator, but it's back to 0. And Ja with the Lithe. Zaka cannot quite connect that blink there. Nice try, but good movement by Ja. And as long as Ja is being a nuisance here and is not being punished for it, Haunt is free to work the main generator. Of course, Zaka knows where everybody is. Blinks up to the main, Ja calls it out. Again, we don't give a tag, pull onto Wispy coming through immediately. And now we're seeing the Eruption and Call of Brine being used. Do you think that was a tempo play to just use the Turn Back the Clock instead and immediately commit onto Haunt instead?
Yeah, and I think that was when he used the Turn Back the Clock earlier, I think that was a time saver play where he was worried that Team USA were going to be greeting and doubling a generator, but now Zaka is much more sure of his place in the match, the progress that they have, so he's going to play it slower and get the most out of those gen kick bursts.
Wispy, great pathing there, double back, completely breaking Zaka's ankles, who has to leave as he gets a notification from Call of Brine. Wispy, of course, still has the dead heart. Can he hit it? Right now, we're just pathing, breaking line of sight. Jaws here as well. So altruistic play against the nurse rather than prioritizing gen progress. Jar tries to pallet stun the nurse but gets slashed in the face instead. And Zaka still has his eyes set on Wispy. Who has such good movement, Zaka just cannot find him.
Yeah, and this is what we need here from Wispy. We need him to have these perfect chases. He's still got the dead hard ready, and he's been, I mean, his finger is over the trigger, but he's not pulling it just yet. It takes so much skill to use this against the nurse when you don't know whether you will or won't get hit by the lunge. And Wispy with the dead hard there, but Zaka with the bait. He knew it was coming, Emmy, as he uses the second blink, even though he had the hit. And that's going to be the second hook there onto Wispy. And the generator is almost done from Haunt here, but this is getting so much closer to the win con for Zaka.
Yeah, I think Zaka could just camp Wispy here because of the 8 stages that he needs. If our score is updated correctly. Haunt, good mind game there, 99ing the generator in the main building, forcing Zaka to check before popping it, maybe giving Jar the time to pull. But this makes Zaka think that Jar is still in the area, lurking for whenever Zaka decides to leave here. One more stage is all that Zaka needs. Jar needs to be reset, a gate needs to be opened, and Wispy needs to get unhooked. We're finally taking care of the reset, but it's all a little slow for Team USA. The time is running out for them.
Yeah, they need to come up with something here, Emmy, as that next stage is the win for Zaka. They can't let Wispy die here, but they also need to be able to do a door. Something crazy is going to have to happen here. Maybe Ja with the flashlight or somebody with some sort of exhaustion perk, but Ja taking a hit on the way to the hook. Zaka now back towards the hook as well, looking to protect that, but it's going to be Haunt going for the unhook there. And he picks up an item. It's Haunt's going to go down, and that is going to be the confirmed win for Team Elysium as Wispy dies on the hook there. Very well played from Zaka, but it's just not enough in the end for Team USA.
Haunt, that is not the moment where you want to Q-tech the killer. Zaka, way too experienced for that, not letting you get your friend for free. Very unfortunate item prompt showing up for Haunt there, replacing the unhook prompt. And the win goes to Elysium with the 2-0.
And not really Haunt's fault there. It
No,
was basically
not at all.
all but wrapped up for Zaka as we see the Mori coming out from Zaka. I mean, solidifying this 2-0 win for Team Elysium on day 1. Team USA going to be knocked down to the lower bracket.
So we're going to see Invictus versus USA. What a banger matchup. And of course, Team Elysium versus Eclipse tomorrow. No artist for us. That is quite sad, but I do think we just had 2 bangers of a game.
Yep, no artist today, sadly for me, but I'm sure we'll see her again. As if the teams were confident enough to pick her as a tiebreaker, I'm sure we'll see her eventually. As I mean, what a game and what a day this has been, Emmy. Going to 3 sets in the first match and then seeing a decisive 2-0 in the second match here for Team Elysium. This tournament is already shaping up to be so exciting, and again, it's just so surreal to be here.
It is such a great time, and I've got good news for everybody in the crowd today. It's going to be colder tomorrow. That is going to be so nice. I had such an awful time traveling here because of the heat. So very, very grateful for that. Of course, tomorrow we're going to have more matches, more giveaways, more content, more drama, and more passion from all of our players, casters, and staff. Everybody has worked so hard to make this happen, and I'm so proud of everyone. It's so nice to be here and meet everybody.
Yeah, and I mean, I would have to echo that as well. This is the first Dead by Daylight event I've ever been to, so like being able to meet everybody that I've been working with on the weekends here for the last 3.5 years since I joined as a caster has just been incredible. And to get to see these amazing matches on top of it, meeting all the players, it's just such an amazing thing to be a part of.
Yeah, so thank you so much to everybody who made this possible. Thank you so much to the players who came here. Thank you so much to the crowd. You've been so good today, and I expect you to be just as great tomorrow. We're getting ready for a little interview. We already see Ekdar getting ready on the stage there. But Yeah, decisive 2-0 by Elysium, playing with Noah and Pedro HZ, who of course has moved on to Team Praxis already. This USA squad does not have the synergy that an X9 has, but you cannot count them out. They've got the good mental, they've got the coach. I think they're going to show us something good tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these guys play more. I know they've been working hard on their mental game, and I know they're going to bounce back from this. I can't wait to see them play tomorrow, and I think they're going to do great things.
Yep, and of course a team we have not seen yet is Team Eclipse, who will be facing Invictus tomorrow. We've heard it from the diehard Invictus fans in the crowd. They love the lower bracket and nobody is counting them out just yet, so super excited for that tomorrow as well. And we've got the interview ready with Ektar, so we're gonna throw it over there.
Thank you so much to Brian and Emmy for the wonderful job that they did for that matchup. A 2-0. First of all, in the crowd, another round of applause for Elysium, please. Fantastic performance all around. I am joined by Zaka. I'm joined by Zaka from the winning team. I just had a few quick questions for you after that matchup. First of all, obviously, you're coming in against a very tough team in Team USA, able to get a big win, 2-0 fashion. How does that sort of bode for the team's momentum going forward?
I mean, it's a boost of confidence for sure. Winning TO, I think it's gonna help us to be more motivated. Just to win everything, and I think we did a good job.
Was there anything that sort of surprised you about your opponent today, or do you think everything sort of went to plan as you expected?
No, I mean, I knew it was light work.
He said it at the start and he said it again, light work, ladies and gentlemen. And now, obviously, you get to go further in this tournament. To the rest of the teams that are here, that are still standing, I mean, every team's still in the tournament, but especially to Praxis, who won their game earlier, did you have any parting words?
I mean, I think it's gonna be also light work because Obi is not gonna have his dog shit net, so it's gonna be easier, I think he's cooked.
Thank you so much, Zaka. Congratulations on the win. I'll let you go celebrate with the rest of your team. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our first day of the DBD League LAN event. We have a wonderful, beautiful crowd here, beautiful staff, beautiful players, and everyone working behind the scenes as well. But we are not done. We have 2 more days of action coming to you. So whether you're here in person, whether you're on the stream, it's going to be a damn good show. So make sure that you keep tuned in. We start at 11 o'clock tomorrow for our biggest day, 4 matches of non-stop action. Make sure to tune in. Thank you so much to everyone in the audience, and have a wonderful rest of your evening.